Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition of the WardiTV Monday number 14. Number 14, your weekly dose of open StarCraft. I'm of course Live VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, by my plushies as well. Welcome, welcome one and all. Again, shout out to Wardy, of course, for hosting this event every single week. And we have our first match. We have our first series, !B in the chat. If you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves, the bracket is massive, the bracket is stacked. We are here in the round of 32, and we have a first match of the night. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the German Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Hyper 1. It is Hon Mono. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is, Pappy. It is time to get your gamba going. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat as the predictions do open up. Apologies, just An option issue there, but there we go. So predictions are open. Place your bets while you can, as I believe this is the first time both herO and Lambo are facing. They often do avoid each other. Lambo rarely plays in these open tournaments that are not region focused in the European region. Likewise, herO as well does often not play in the European Open cuts. But now Lambo, the break is over. The break is over. He is back. He is competing in more events, and we'll see how he compares to herO. Let's go. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. We do have our initial hatch pool opener, going for a delayed gas, going for a third hatchery instead. Bold's move here. So Lambo, he's opening gasless. He's going for a gasless opener here. We have seen this become more and more common on El Dorado. Now, the reason why you see more gasless openers here, at least at the highest level of play, is because technically this expansion here is almost like a pocket base. It can be quite difficult for the Terran player to really abuse this expansion early on in the game. Later on, when it comes to drop play, sure, 100%. Drop play, Banshees, sure, they can harass this expansion, but Hellions, they have a harder time. Hellions, they have a much harder time here as herO is playing one base. Oh my god. We're in a really precarious situation here where Lambo now realizes that the expansion's missing. There is no base, there is no natural. Back at home, Lambo, he was opening up greedily here. Spine crawlers on the way. No gas means no ling speed, no roaches, no banelings. Double spine crawler on the way. Might even see a third spine crawler as well. He does cancel though, trying to figure out what's going on. Goes in for a further scout, gets eyes on the 1-1-1. Oh my god. Crazy. Basically, Lambo, he was afraid it was a proxy. He was afraid there was a proxy out on the map. It was a bit of a misread here from Lambo. At least he confirmed that the production was further back in the main, that there was at least a factory. This feels like potentially a setup for Hellions, but there was no add-on swap. Like a Hellbat push, rushing into a starport like this could be a BC based opener instead. This is crazy, this is wild. Again, one base all in at herO, and Lambo cut corners. He did cut corners, so Lambo, he's not in the best position. He has queen production, that is true, but he won't be able to counterattack anytime soon. And herO, he's going for the BC. Fusion core is on the way into an add-on swap into BC production, going to be opening up with some drop play, then followed by that battle cruiser. Now the initial overlord did go down. Link Scout is going to be denied, and Lambo, he has no idea what's going on. He has no idea what is going on here further back in the main. He has an idea. He at least is somewhat aware of the potential 1-1-1. BC, I'm sure, is in the back of his mind. It could be, again, Hellion drop, Hellbat push. It could be Banshees as well. There's a lot of potential for what it could be, and Lambo still has to piece it all together. Back at home, is playing it safe, has at least made a handful of queens. He's going to have 4 queens. 4 queens for the time being. Drop moving out across the map, and herO, he will soon come across the third base. Let's go. Whew. Here we go. Starter stepping forward, does catch another overlord. Widowmine will drop, covering this ramp. And the expansion's under fire. Can herO kill the base? Can he kill the queens? Yo, any queen that goes down is going to be that much better here for herO. Mind shot is going to go up. Ooh, does target the queen. Queen does survive though. Queen barely does survive. herO dropping into the main. Lings are keeping up. Remember, Link speed just began. Link speed is heavily delayed because of the gasless opener. So far, herO dropping, shaving off some Lings. Pulling back. Lambo happily droning up, but here come those BCs that are on the horizon here. Lambo's not fully aware. Thankfully, Lambo is making a good queen count. His queen count is looking quite healthy. 5, soon to be 6 queens for Lambo. Pretty good count. As long as Lambo maintains that queen count, as long as he spreads creep between his bases, he should be okay. Should be okay. So we do see herO, he is going to be cornered. Behind this first BC, teleports across the main, into the main! And the main base is exposed. First queen going to be targeted down, the boys are being pulled away. Is there a transfuse? Oh, there is not. No transfuse, 1 queen goes down. Going to be a second queen falling, clutch transfuse towards the end. Do we have another transfuse? We do. Second transfuse. Transfuse pops off, Widowmine gets targeted down. Up! Oh my god. As herO, he does pull away, dropping off here at the third. Catching a third overlord. That fact does boost back. And the BC is deflected. I say that. He wants the queen. Oh no! He gets it! Another queen goes down. Another queen does fall. The spores, they can hold their own. They do hold the line here at the third base. BC's forced back. We have a second BC in production. Yamato's almost done as well. Behind this, we do see, I mean, I would imagine we're headed towards Cyclone production. Reactors on the way for a Hellion production even, regardless. Mech on the horizon for herO. herO expanding on the low ground, taking his natural. Third CC is almost done. Lambo still looking solid though. He has taken some losses, don't get me wrong. It's been 2 queens. 2 queens have already gone down, and 3 overlords. But this could have been worse. This could have been so much worse, and Lambo so far is maintaining himself. And he has 2 transfuse. Yamato going to be going up. Gets a queen. Yamato, oh, sorry, BC pulls back. He goes to the mules to does repair with the mules. Second BC arrives. Meanwhile, Lambo, he's across map with Mass Ling. And he may be able to overwhelm that natural. May be able to. There's going to be one more Yamato available. Yamato goes up. He gets another queen. But there are, I believe, soon to be 3 transfuses. Speaking of BC taking a lot of hits. Oh my god. Sustaining a lot of damage. Does pull away in time. BCs, they hold, sorry, the queens, they hold their own. And the battle cruisers are forced back. They are forced back. Lambo, he holds. Ooh. He does hold on. He survives. Behind this, more factories, more Hellions. Lambo now commits to the counterattack, but now there are 2 Hellions. Now there are 2 Hellions. Homeowner should be fine. Yeah. Should be perfectly fine. He defends his natural. He's looking to stabilize. And now the game will settle down. Whew, okay, the game will settle down from here. Homeowner, he's on a 2-base economy. His 3rd base is already done. He's making 3 SCVs at a time. Lambo, he's on his own 3-base economy, getting a 4th base at the gold. No gases at the gold base. Unfortunately, Spire just now has begun. So until the Spire really comes online, the BCs, they can wreak havoc. They can still gain value. They can still harass across the map at picking off queen after queen with the Yamatos. And we're coming in with a Hellion drop. What's at the 3rd? Lings. Lings are somewhat in position. Now, Homeowner, he spots the Lings, he backs off. If Lambo was active here with all of his Lings, I should emphasize, then he would have been in trouble. A nice positional play here from Lambo. BC into the main. Oh, cancels the Spire! Very nicely done. Scan revealed the Spire location. Spore is targeted down. There are 3 Yamatos available. Yamato's going to be popping up. They get 2 more queens. BC taking a lot of hits. A 3rd queen does go down. And can we pick off more queens? Homeowner, he's tempted. Going for the Spore. He gets a Spore. The queens are low. And remember, no Corruptors. No Corruptors on the way. Another queen goes down. Homeowner is getting value at the same time. Bailey busts here across the map, but there are Hellions in position. And the Hellion shots, they should be enough. Bailey's going to be waddling in. They get cleaned up. But BC's across the map, they still hold their own. Homeowner defends. And Lambo losing another queen, down to 5. 5 queens left. BCs are getting low. More queens popping out just in time, and Lambo holds. And what's important, even though Lambo is losing a lot of queens and he's losing a lot of Lings and Banelings, he doesn't lose drones. The drone count is still very healthy for Lambo. He's on 75 workers, sorry, 71 workers, 70 even. So his economy is still looking very solid. The BCs have gained value, but they haven't done economic damage. And the Spire, I believe, is now done. Yeah, the Spire is now done. Corruptors are on the way. BCs are racing back home. Heli run by here towards the north. Do we have any Lings to defend? 28 Lings. But they're at the 3rd base. Not quite at the natural drones. Oh! Drones, they do rally over. It's going to be 6 workers going down, up to 7. Yeah, good position here with the Hellions. They will be cleaned up, but they get 9 workers. And they, of course, confirm the Spire is done. Behind this, Homeowner is transitioning into Hellion. Cyclone Battle Mech is much more viable nowadays. For those of you that maybe have not been too active on the ladder this season, the Cyclone has been reverted to a previous form, and now Battle Mech is a little more commonplace nowadays. I don't know if I want to say common, but we see it more than we did last time. Last season, I should emphasize. Last patch. So we've seen a bit of a rise of Battle Mech when it comes to players like Homeowner, Gumiho, Ryung. And it is building up once again. Getting into Immaculate Accelerators, Blue Flame, more Hellions, more Cyclones. Behind this, Homeowner's economy is looking comparable to that of Lambo, if not greater than that of Lambo. Homeowner, he may be down in SCVs, but he has mules. The mules, they make up for that. So, again, Homeowner, he has, I would say, a slightly better economy, as he's getting his goal base up and running as well. So 4 CC versus 4 Hatchery. 5th base on the way for Lambo. Lambo, he is down in bases. He does need another expansion. He's trying to get it up and running. What is lacking for Homeowner right now is his army. Because he's been so heavily reliant on these BCs, that did hinder his own Cyclone production, but now he's making 3 Cyclones at a time. Corruptors are scouted. Hellions, they bust into mid-run. Blue Flame is done. They get 1 drone. Just the 1 worker. Nice kiting here by Homeowner. Does pull away. And herO, he's getting ready here for his main push. He is lacking Hellions, though. It's very Cyclone heavy. Cyclones can be good, but again, you do need that support here to protect them against those Lings. The Rocks get knocked down. That will deny any kind of surround. That also blocks off the hatchery. Does isolate it. herO, he can rotate, he can knock it down. Likewise, BCs, they rotate towards the northern expansion, and we have spores on the way, but I don't think they're going to be done in time. There's going to be one spore. Sorry, that's even a spine crawler. Okay, spores are repositioning. They are rotating. Elliot Cyclone pushing in, threatening the army. Lambo is maxed out. He has potential. BCs are revealed. Corruptors, they respond. And BCs, they will deny an expansion. It's going to be a cancel. Corruptors, they dive in. Where's the teleport? Oh, one BC goes down. Now herO a little bit late there on the teleport. This does cut back. Marshall goes off on the Lings, not on the Bailings. Yeah, Bailings, they survive, and this is where the Hellions were required. Nice kiting though here by herO. Oh, Bailings, they do crash in though. They shut down most of those Cyclones. Cyclones go down. Another BC as well. And that was a good enough trade. That was a good enough trade for Lambo. Just bullying the army back with his Bailings. And again, there just weren't enough Hellions. There weren't enough Hellions to support the Cyclones. They couldn't target down the Bailings. And Lambo, he's done it. He has broken the back here of herO. Likewise, herO, no planetary. No planetary at the third, no planetary at the fourth, only orbital. So Ling Bane just breaks through. Files connect. And Lambo looks like he has done it here. Has broken the back. We do see a couple of Cyclones kiting well against these Lings, but Bailey's a crash in. 40 SCVs go down. Oh my god. 40 SCV kills. Brutal damage. And with that, Lambo, he can back off for now to consolidate his forces, but he's done enough. He has done enough. He's traded well enough here against the army. Even in the follow-up, sniping more Cyclones. These are all better trades for Lambo. Catching up the reinforcing Hellions. And Lambo, he will soon overwhelm. herO getting just forced back into his main. Third base is overrun, fourth base is overrun. Bailey's on the way as well. GG gets called, and Lambo takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Lambo, he will take a lead in the series, but a shout out to herO for again having a very quirky build. Very quirky. Came in with almost a one-base all-in opener with a 1-1-1 into BC. Did do well trading with the Queens, transitioned into Battle Mech as well. He was able to hold his own. Lambo was the first to max out, but Lambo had a more inefficient army. With that first major attack, that first dive across the map, was punished so hard by the mass bailing. Again, herO was kind of lacking that support. Now we're getting into game number 2. Whew. And Lambo, he does have a lead in the series, and he needs one more, uno más, to advance on. To advance on into round 16. We'll see if he can pull it off. We'll see if herO can bounce back. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of King's Cove, we have the German Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Hyper 1. It is herO. And this time, he's moving out across the map. We have not just one, we have 2 SCVs moving out, and herO does have a very unique build where he goes proxy to, I think he goes up to 3 Raxes, not Marine, but proxy Reaper instead. Gases are on the way, is looking like proxy Reaper here out of herO. Proxy Reaper is very niche. It's a very niche build in this matchup. It isn't often seen. It can be quite difficult overwhelming Queens early on, and Lambo, pull first. Wise choice. Lambo, I mean, herO has a reputation, even though Lambo has not played against herO before in competitions and tournaments. I'm sure he has heard and even watched herO, as herO is a very active player. So to open up pool first here makes plenty of sense. Does mean early Lings and early Queens, early defense for Lambo. His gases are going to be delayed. It's going to be pool hatch, and he may even delay his gases even further, similar to the last game. With delayed, there we go. Thankfully, not too much longer. So pool into hatch into gas. Is going to be later gas, but not as late as last game. So link speed is going to be on the horizon, and there is 3 Racks Reaper. As we mentioned, 3 Racks is Mass Reaper here from herO. We'll see if Lambo can maintain himself. So link speed is going to be later here for Lambo. So because of that, herO should not lose these Reapers. There's a lot of micro potential. There's going to be a lot of micro potential here for herO against slow links and queens. We'll see what he can get done. We'll see what he can pull off. Lings, they move out across the map. SCV gets spotted. SCV gets spotted. Reaper does dip in. I believe was revealed here to the army. Lambo, he races back home. He was moving out across the map. And Lambo is now somewhat aware of what's happening. Yeah, moving out towards the 3rd location. Does move out. Reapers, they dip in towards the main. Bunker in between the bases, and they're going for the Queen. Queen taking a lot of hits already. But Lings, they do race back. Ooh, 1 Reaper goes down. That should not have happened. SCV goes down as well. And Lambo, he's defended. Lambo, he's held. He takes down both SCVs. The bunker will not finish. The Queen is low, but the bunker should never complete. Should never complete at this point. There's a cancel. 2nd Queen has arrived. And as the Queen count gets higher, Lambo is that much more secure. You're just forcing herO down to the low ground. More Lings are amassing. Spine Crawlers on the way for Lambo. Reapers, they try to poke in. Oh, they threaten the Queens. And,
Game pause.
as hopefully everything's okay. Oh, looks like we are experiencing a little bit of lag here. So hopefully everything's okay. As we like calm things down a little bit here, Lambo, he's again looking quite secure for himself. He is losing queens, bear that in mind, and that might have prompted the lag, but his Spine Crawler is done in the main. How many queens does he have left? 2 queens. 2 queens, slow Lings. This queen is actually going to go down. And if this queen falls, herO, he can actually snipe this final queen here towards the south. I don't think he can break the main base, but here we go. Okay. Settling in. herO, he wants the queen. Does want the queen to break out of the pause. Spine Crawler's repositioning. Queen is low. He wants it. He wants the queen. Up. A little bit more. He's so close. Spine Crawler does reposition. More Reapers are amassing. Does isolate the low ground queen instead. But there is going to be a transfuse. Goes up the ramp. Snipes a queen. He gets 1. And he gets the 2nd queen as well. Gets both. But again, with that Spine Crawler, he has to respect the main. So he has to pull back. Does pull away. Link speed still on the horizon. Almost done. More Lings being chased down. Queen with their intercept takes down a Reaper. Takes down 2 Reapers. Oof. Down to 3. Only 3 Reapers left. And herO is on a timer. When Link speed finishes, I mean, Lambo can chase him down. Speaking of, Link speed is done. Link speed does finish up. GG gets called as herO will lose all of his Reapers, and Lambo will take game number 2 in the series 2-0. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played, Lambo. He will survive the aggression. It was a shaky defense, and he did lose a lot of queens, but he maintained his economy, maintained his bases as well, and of course, his win condition was link speed. That was his win condition. Just survive until link speed. Once it finished, he survived, won the game. GG. GG, well played. Lambo will claim the series, will advance on into the next round, and the question becomes, who's up next? Who is up next? Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys wish to have a look at the back yourselves. Oh, we do have our next series ahead of us here already. We have our players set in stone, and vetoes are underway. Just messaging the players to let them know that we are, of course, going to be following them. Meanwhile, From the top, we have some updates. Here we go. We have Clem. Clem is waiting in the round 16. He's the #1 seed of the tournament, and he's waiting for his opponents, either Young Yakov or Rex. It is going to be a Zerg opponent, regardless. So best of luck to Young Yakov and Rex as they face off against each other. Scrolling down, we have Gumiho. Gumiho takes down Gref 2-0, waiting for the winner of Bunny and Triple. Most likely going to be Bunny. A TBT. Honestly, that's going to be a very spicy TBT. Bunny and Gumiho have been going back and forth as of late, and once again, I mean, I've been saying this for the past week, but it's great to see the return of Bunny as he is active once again, despite being on hiatus for a couple of months. Ever since EWC, Bunny has been inactive, so it's great to see him back. Scrolling down, we have Solar. Solar waiting for the winner of Harsem and Percival. They're currently locked in. Percival is another returning player. Percival has been on hiatus a lot longer than Bunny. Again, Bunny's been away for a couple of months. Percival's been away for like a year, maybe more than that. It's been a long time, so happy to see Percival back at competing. Has been playing in the past couple of Open Cups over the past week, so it's been great to see him back. He's up against Harsem here in the round of 32 when it goes up against Solar. Scrolling down, we have a Laser versus Moja in a ZVT. Moja, he is the German Terran player. Very there's a lot of hype around him. The infamous, or famous even, German Terran. So best of luck to Moja up against a Laser. It's going to be a fun series, I'm sure, when it goes up against Björn in the next round. Scrolling down, we have Shin, and Shin waiting for the winner of Cristiano and Shameless. Honestly, I was very tempted to jump into that PvP to follow it into Shin, but we had to jump into our current series. As we scroll down a little bit further here and embrace the lower portion of the bracket, we have more updates coming in here. Okay, we have Classic. Classic takes down, or gets a walkover over Smile. Nightmare 2-0 Zazura. Classic versus Nightmare PvP in the round 16. And going down to herO versus Creator, another PvP as Creator takes down Arrowfire 2-0. So the PvPs are upon us. Rogue gets a walkover over FMK, and Rogue is up against Lambo in the next round. Whew. Let's go. That is our next series. That is what is coming up next here on the channel, a ZVZ. ZVZ between Rogue and Lambo, and we will be following that into the winner of herO and Creator. So we're going to be focusing here on the lower portion of the bracket. That is where our attention lies. There we go. Okay, so Rogue versus Lambo, then into herO versus Creator, then into the lower semifinals, most likely, or maybe the winner of Classic and Nightmare and Shin, Cristiano and Shameless. Maybe we might be able to catch the upper quarterfinals match. We're just focusing on this lower half of the brackets. When it comes to the upper half, again, I believe Wardy is covering those matches, so we have split up, we have split off, half and half in a way. So best of luck to Wardy with those matches. Again, there's a lot of really high quality players here as well. Players like a Laser, Björn, Solar, Harsem, Percival, Gumiho, Bunny, Clem, Yakov, Rex even as well. So there's a lot of really high quality matches here. Personally, I would love to cast them all, Pappy. I would love to cast them all, but we have to pick and choose, and we're focusing on the lower half of the brackets. When it comes to missing players, I don't know if you noticed, but this week, for the first time in a long time, no Max Packs. Max Packs is not here. Max Packs is not going to be competing in this week's Open Cup, not in the WardiTV Monday, and that means that we're going to have a much more diverse finals here. I mean, we have seen some of these other players bring Clem down, players like Solar, Gumiho. The potential Clem Gumiho rematch looks fire, by the way. I look forward to it. But we have seen some of these players bring Clem down before, but he's still the #1 seed, right? He's the #1 seed for a reason. He's the world champion for a reason as well. He is the #1 player, so it's all about, can anyone stop Clem from winning this tournament? Oh boy, best of luck. Best of luck to everyone involved. Best of luck. As vetoes are underway, and it looks like they just wrapped up. Game 1 is going to be on Amygdala. As we are getting into our next series, getting into our next game. Whew. Oh boy. Foxy Reaper back. I mean, not quite. But here we go. We're getting into our next match, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the German Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion from South Korea. Sorry, from Germany. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And if you are in the chat, it's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we are settling into our ZVZ. Let's go. We are going to be settling in. Now we do have Rogue going hatch first. Likewise, so is Lambo. Lambo did have an extractor trick going for a slightly earlier hatchery here. But outside of that, no major deviations. Now, welcome one and all to Amygdala. Amygdala does have a much larger or much longer rush distance by ground compared to some of these other maps, compared to Leylands, compared to Whispers of Gold as well. Likewise, the attack paths are a little bit awkward just because they are so spread out. You can attack from the north, you can attack from the south, but not quite through the center. Because that it is easier to scout ahead of time, easier to have overlords in position in these main attack paths to get ready for any kind of aggression, any kind of move out as well. So we could see a longer game here on Amygdala. Could see us settle into a longer game state. It's always difficult to like say that ahead of time just because a lot of the Korean Zerg players are so active and so aggressive. I'm referring to players like Dark, Shin, Solar, and Rogue as well. They are very much so in your face. But it's going to be difficult to really pull that off on Amygdala. I'm sure that Lambo wants to try to pull off a longer game state and settle in towards the mid game. We'll see if Rogue can stop it. We'll see if he can be stopped. Now we're settling in. Hatch gas pools all around. Again, side deviation here by Lambo. And from here, we'll see if either player does delay their expansions, plays 2 base Roach, 2 base Muta, delays their 3rd base, even skips out on their Bailey Nest as well. So far, Link speed is on the way, so it looks like we should be heading into Link Bane aggression. Otherwise, we'd see something like a delay on Link speed and a prioritization of walling off. As Lambo's taking his 3rd, and Rogue should be doing the same. There we go, 3rd bases are on the way. Both players are expanding. From here, we should be seeing Bailey Nest as well, into Link Bane, then into the mid game. As Rogue does get eyes on the 3rd base timing, so does Lambo. Both players, they throw down their Bailey Nest, as we did mention. Rogue does confirm, and Lambo will as well. He does get zoned away, so Lambo with a little bit of incomplete information, but upon seeing the 3rd base timing, should be aware of what's going on. Like, should be feeling pretty safe, pretty secure. And now the question becomes, does anyone commit to Link Bane aggression, or do we just drone up and enter the Roach phase of ZVZ? So far, Lambo, he does pivot back around. This time he does confirm the Bailey Nest. Now Lambo, I'm sure, feeling a lot more secure. Safety banelings are on the way. Roach Horn as well for Lambo. Rogue should soon be throwing his own down. Still droning. Rogue has been droning a little bit harder than Lambo. Slightly, though. Slightly has been droning harder. He did intentionally delay his own Roach Horn in favor of droning as well. So Rogue does take a slight economic advantage here over Lambo. So he does have that slight economic lead. Lambo back at home playing safe. Knocking down those rocks, morphing banelings. And we will soon enter Roach v Roach. We're getting there. And again, on Amygdala, this is a little bit, there's a higher chance of this happening just because of the features of the map itself. We mentioned it, longer rush distance, more obvious or limited attack paths as well, easier scouting. So we're going to settle in. We'll be settling in. Lair is on the way for Rogue, halfway done. Lambo just now beginning his own lair. So Lambo, he's a little bit later when it comes to his tech. Droning is comparable. Oh, +1 melee on the way for Rogue. That I was not expecting. Muta play? Melee screams mutas and the lair was faster, so we should be seeing a Spire. Okay. You have my attention. Spire should be on the horizon here for right there. It is. There's a Spire. Spire gets thrown down. Rogue, he's trying to rush into Muta play. He is very vulnerable as a result, very exposed. He has been droning a little bit harder, a little bit more. Meanwhile, across the map, Lambo is still focusing on his own lair timing again. Because his lair was later, that means Rogue's speed is later. That means Lambo is staying back at home, and Rogue is safe. Rogue is safe to drone. Link Scout is attempted, sees the upgrades. Roach speed is being researched. Rogue may just cancel this. This might just be for show. We'll see if Rogue commits. I mean, with plus on melee, Rogue should be committing into mass muta. Yep, there we go. Cancels. Because of plus on melee, this is not just mutas for map control. This is a commitment into mass muta instead. And it's going to be on Lambo to realize what's going on. Earlier, he scattered. If he re-scouts and if he sees that the researching has stopped and it's not there anymore, then that's going to be a tell. It is going to be a tell. Lambo did, I believe, just finish Overlord Speed. Yep, Overlord Speed is done. He's massing up roaches as we speak. And here comes the Overseer Scout. Big moment for Lambo. Dives into the main base. And with this scout, he should confirm what's going on. There we go. He gets eyes on the Spire. He knows. He sees the Spire at the same time. Rogue going for a massive lane counterattack. Lambo has not been skipping roaches. The fourth base is going to be surrounded, though. And it's going to be cancelled. Yeah, there's no saving this. Fourth base is going to be denied. Rogue, he respects the roaches. Behind this, Lambo, he responds Hydra and Infestation, but he's trying to work towards Hive Tech, towards Spellcasters and Hydras as well. It's getting there. Rogue once again rotating. Ooh, doesn't quite get the expansion. Pulls away, sniping some of these tumors. Nice scouting with the Changeling. Mutas, they do hit the fourth. They force another cancel. Yeah, fourth base gets denied. Mutas, they hit the third. They find the Overlords. But Overlord speed is done. They do bring down one queen. One queen does fall. Did I say one? Two queens fall. Three! The Lambo here extends. Well, thankfully, the third queen does pull away. Rogue, he did second guess himself. Lings, they flood into the main. They split off Lings into main, Lings into the natural as well. Queens, they do hit him between the bases. Decent damage. They target down the workers. 9 drone kills already. Very nice damage. Catching up the roaches as well as they transfer between the bases. Lings, Baileys, they crash into the third base. Lambo just pulled apart. GG gets called, and Rogue takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god, he was all over that. GG, well played. Lambo just striking 3 locations at once. That was insane damage. Able to, 1, distract Lambo, pulling him into the main base, into the natural as well, and even forcing the roaches in just a really awkward position as Lambo was distracted. Massive connections at the third base, and with that, GG. GG, well played. Rogue takes a lead in the series. Does take a lead. We'll see if Lambo can force the ace match and bring us to game 3. The pressure is now on Lambo as we're getting into our next game. And again, I do think it was just a really well thought out build for Rogue. Winding it back a little bit, if you remember, we were talking about how, oh, you know, Amygdala, known for later games, right? Known for pretty passive, like early to mid game as well. And both players were droning, and because of that, Rogue did cut corners. Remember, he cut corners, he skipped roaches, skipped road production completely, actually rushing to a faster lair, into earlier gases, into a better economy as well, because he droned up a little bit harder as well, and Lambo couldn't punish him. Lambo, he himself wasn't being too aggressive, and the scout was a little bit late as well, so he wasn't able to confirm what was happening until it was too late. So cheeky moves there out of Rogue, but now we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have our German Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Rogue is leading the series 1-0. But now we're going to be spawning into a much smaller map. So unlike Amygdala, which is larger, less attack paths, and again more macro-oriented, Ley Lines is a smaller map. In saying that, though, these bases are a little bit more secure The reason what I'm referring to the 3rd and the 4th expansions. To protect them, we do have these more narrow ramps, these narrow choke points. If we do enter the roach phase of ZVZ, then it can be very difficult to push up these ramps, even if you have a supply advantage. It can be very difficult to break a defending Zerg player here. So there is a give and take. On the one hand, very defendable bases. On the other hand, smaller map. So there is the opportunity to be aggressive, even with Ling Bane early on. So we'll keep an eye on our players. The likelihood of Rogue going into fast mutas, like we saw previously, like a commitment into mass muta, is going to be lower here on ley lines. It's going to be much lower, so we don't really expect that once again. And I'm sure Lambo is going to be a lot more adept at scouting. If you recall, Lambo's Overseer Scout was a little bit later, even though before his lair was even done, he did research Overlord Speed, and there was potential for an earlier Overlord Scout instead of the later Overseer Scout, but Lambo never went for it. Never quite went for it. Again, he scouted later instead and was punished for it. So we'll see how Lambo does adjust. For now, dips in, gets eyes on the natural, confirms the opener. Again, hatch gas pulls all around. Lambo with the slightly better economy. Slightly. Like, has a slight, like, 1 drone advantage. So now we're settling in. Link speed is on the way for both players. No one is... There's a bailing nest for Lambo. Lambo taking his 3rd base, and Rogue will take the forward 3rd base. Bold move. I haven't seen this in ZVZ yet, but again, maybe I haven't cast enough ZVZ on the new patch, on the new map pool, but Rogue is going for the forward expansion with the high yield gas as well. Bold move. Now this means that he can spread creep across the map faster as well. He has access to, of course, greater gas to get into, you know, a more committed roach-based composition. The base is going to be more exposed, and we'll see if Lambo can punish it. So a much more aggressive stance here by Rogue. Behind this, players are droning. Faster Eva Chamber here by Rogue. Does wall up. +1 range on the way. Shows the commitment into roaches, but this is a much earlier upgrade. Much earlier Eva Chamber here out of Rogue. Very interesting. He may even just go for a hatch tech roach all-in. A hatch-based roach all-in. We'll see if he ever does research that lair. See if he does commit. Now, ooh, nicely done. Lambo does bait out a bailing. Bailing goes down. Backup bailing on the way. Rogue establishing his 3rd base. Both players, they have comparable worker counts. They have droned. Roaches on the way for Lambo, and we should be seeing roaches on the way for Rogue as well, once the roach warren's done. Remember, the roach warren was delayed in favor of +1 range, and Lambo, he's going for his own all-in. Okay. Here we go. Oh, as we do see Rogue reciprocating, does bait out a bailing. Nicely done. But roaches are amassing. Now, what I'm concerned about here is that because of the fast Evo Chamber, because of this fast upgrade, I believe +1 is going to impact the fight. I believe it is going to finish up as the fight is commencing, as Lambo's moving out. And again, +1 range, it's almost done. You know, Rogue is building up. 2 spine crawlers on the way. Rogue realizes that, of course, he is in danger. Does spot the army. We'll see if Rogue can hold, if he can survive long enough to allow for the upgrade and the spine crawlers to finish. First spine crawler gets targeted. First one goes down. It's a kill, not a cancel. Wings, they get brought forward. Rogue, he's holding his own. Bailings get spotted. Bailings, they zone away some of the Lings. They crash into the roaches. Second spine crawler is denied. +1 range finishing up just now, but is it too late? Yeah, Lambo, does he have enough? It's close. Lambo pushing in, gets into the mineral line, picks up a couple of workers, but with the defender's advantage, it looks like Rogue holds. Rogue does hold on. +1 is done. And Rogue, he's now about to commit into the counter all-in. And Lambo's been droning. Oh my, he's been droning heavily. Uh-oh. He went up to 51 drones. He's got a spine crawler on the way. Gases as well. This feels illegal here. Lambo so greedy behind this. And here comes Rogue. Rogue is moving forward. Lambo doesn't really have much of an army to speak of. He has 11 roaches on the way. I feel like he has cut too many corners here. He has droned up too much. We'll see if that's the case. As everything's being sent across the map. Again, Rogue is completely all in. Wings, they collapse on the army. They try to look it down. So far, Lambo amassing on more roaches, pulling some of the boys. Lambo, he's holding on. Yeah, Lambo, he is holding. He's forcing back the army. And Rogue, he just doesn't have enough. Yeah, barely not. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Lambo. Again, because he droned up so heavily, I mean, he's getting away with it. He is getting away with it. Now Rogue is droning himself. Now we have a lair on the way, but this is late saturation for Rogue. The all-in has failed. He backs off, and Lambo, he's in a very strong position here. The one thing that Lambo doesn't have is a lair. That's the one thing he doesn't have is a lair, so he doesn't really have the potential to tech up in towards lair tech and towards roach speed. It looks like Lambo is just going to be committing how the pendulum swings from one player to the other, like just another counter hashtag all in. Like like there's no longevity in this kind of army. There's no upgrades. It's 0-0, no lair, no roach speed, just purely hashtag all in. Let's go. Lambo's moving out. Now it's Rogue's turn to defend. He has 3 spine crawlers on the way, but the supply is just so heavily in favor of Lambo. Like, he should be able to pull this off. It should be enough numbers wise. We'll see. Does push up a ramp. Ooh, takes him out to the face, but there's just no roaches. Yeah, there's no roaches here. The boys are being pulled. And Lambo, he will overwhelm. And we are looking to force that ace match. Lings are coming from behind. They do deny some of these Ravagers. Not bad. They at least try to. Hiroki break through the front line. Takes down the army. Takes down the economy. 11 drones go down. Spine crawlers do finish. But Lambo just has to back off. Just has to retreat, respect the spines. He can just rotate around in between the bases. I mean, the spine crawlers do finish. He's trying to hold. Emphasis on trying. I mean, technically, Rogue has more micro potential and he has the more efficient army. Oh my, the micro pulls back with the spines. Bailings are going to be one leading. Clutch transfuse. Oh my god, and Rogue, he is pulling this off. He's holding. We'll lose a spine crawler. But the problem here, even though Rogue is holding on, surprisingly so. Again, very impressive defense here by Rogue, just kiting, falling back. He has a lot more micro ability with his army. The problem here, though, is that Lambo just has the greater economy, and he can just outproduce Rogue. Plus on range now on the way, Lair now on the way. Lambo is taking up, realizing that he cannot kill Rogue. I mean, we spoke about how powerful the defender's advantage is on ley lines, and I stand by that, but I didn't expect it to be this good. I was like, yo, the map is small, but much more defendable. It's like, yeah, true. I mean, neither player could be broken whenever they try to all in each other. Aye. But Lambo's getting further ahead. That's what's important here. Like, sure, Lambo doesn't kill Rogue, and Rogue couldn't kill Lambo, but Lambo, he does have the greater economy. 54 drones here, and he's catching up in the tech that he was lacking, of course, with +1 and with roach speed. He will soon catch up, and Rogue is falling behind. Now, the one chance that Rogue has is that maybe Lambo overdrones. If he gets up to like 3 base saturation and takes a 4th, then maybe that would be too far. But in saying that, again, the defender's advantage has proven itself to be quite almost insurmountable here between our 2 players. So I'm not so sure that Rogue could even break Lambo, even if Lambo does cut corners. I'm not too confident in that. As Lambo does get supply blocked. Likewise, so does Rogue. 7 overlords on the way. Rogue is moving out. He has potential with these Ravagers, true. I mean, both players do. Army supplies are neck and neck. Lambo still has a greater economy, so really it's on Rogue to pull this off. And we'll see if he can break Lambo. It's all or nothing for Rogue. I mean, it has been for quite some time. Files they connect. Likewise, in favor of Rogue as well. Rogue trying to break through. It does avoid some of those smiles. Spine Crawler coming into play. Rogue, he's getting some of the Ravagers, though. Wow, he's barely is. Is breaking through. He still has the greater upgrades. Boys are being pulled. And Lambo, he's going to lose that economic lead. Is losing that lead. Leagues, they flood in from behind. They collapse on top of the Queen. And Rogue, he's pulling it off. Oh my god, he pulls it off somehow, some way. Comes in with the all-in. GG gets called. And Rogue, he breaks Lambo. And he does take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Rogue with the Biles was able to connect. Likewise, reinforcements coming in from behind. We saw that Lambo just had a really awkward engage there as well. Wasn't able to get the concave that he so wanted. The spine crawl was helping, but it barely wasn't enough. And I'm a little bit in shock as to what just happened. like it was such a wild game, just like back and forth, back and forth. Again, I was shocked to see the initial defense by, sorry, the second defense by Rogue. Just to put things into context here, you can see Lambo's the red line. Lambo had a massive army supply lead. This is when Lambo was pushing towards the third base. And if you remember, I thought that Rogue was dead then and there. I thought for sure he was dead then and there. And then the 3 spine crawlers finished. Then Rogue speed kicked in, and Rogue had some very impressive micro control defending against the all-in of Lambo. He survived it. And despite Lambo having the larger army supply at the very end, Rogue still pulled it off. Again, the Biles did help, of course. Like, Biles were connecting, and Rogue was able to, in a way, like, out-trade Lambo. I mean, as you can see here, but yeah, crazy. Crazy game. GG, well played. Rogue takes it, and Rogue advances on into the next round, and now we are getting ready here for our next match. Let's go. Let us go. Meanwhile, big shout out to Asheri in the chat. God, baby God, thank you so much for the support. I haven't seen you in the chat in a while, but thank you so much for subscribing for 22 months, almost 2 years of support. Thank you. Thank you, Asheri. Thank you. Hope you're doing well, and happy holidays as well, as we're nearing the end of 2024. So thank you. Thank you so much. As we do head on over here to our next match. The spines dodging the Biles was crazy. That was definitely an eye-opening moment. 100%. As we are going to be switching regions, we're heading over to the Korean server. My apologies, I should have done that sooner. And let's see if herO versus Creator have any updates. herO is up against Creator, winner goes up against Rogue. So we have purely Korean matches here towards the southern half of the bracket. And looks like, oh, we just wrapped up. herO takes down Creator 2-0, and that means we have a next series. It's going to be herO versus Rogue in the next round. Let's go. Let us go. As we are getting ready here for our next match. As we are entering the quarterfinals. Rogue versus herO. As our players are setting up and conducting their vetoes. Meanwhile, what other updates do we have? Let's find out. Let us find out as we do scroll up here in the bracket. From the top, we have Bunny. Oh my god, Bunny, calm down. Bunny gets his revenge. If you were here for the MC8, for the Masters Coliseum 8 qualifiers, you would know that Gumiho did take down Bunny 2-1 in the Korean qualifier. And here we have Bunny taking down Gumiho 2-0 instead. So Bunny gets his revenge. Again, Bunny has been looking very strong as of late. He's been looking very impressive. And it's been amazing to see the rise of Bunny now that he's done with his hiatus. He is back. He is clearly in form. So GG, very well played. Bunny will advance on. Meanwhile, Rex takes down Yakov. Oh my, Rex, calm down as well. I would say a bit of an upset here. Rex takes down young Yakov. Bunny takes down Gumiho. Rex out against Clem. And we'll see if Rex can pull off another upset here as Clem, he has his first round ready for him. Clem up against Rex into Bunny. Best of luck. Best of luck. Scrolling down, we have herSum. herSum takes on Percival 2-0. herSum now up against Solar in the next round. They're currently facing off in a ZVP. Best of luck. Best of luck to herSum and Solar. My condolences to Percival, but again, Percival has been missing in action for many years, for over a year, I believe, at this point. So great to see him back, but still trying to find his footing once again. Scoring down, Laser takes down Moja 2-0. Laser up against Björn in the second round. Best of luck. It's going to be a spicy TVZ. Shin is still waiting for his opponent, as Cristiano and Shameless are still mid-series, and Classic versus Nightmare is also still ongoing as well. Ooh, as we just got an update. Oh my god, Shameless. I mean, Shameless has been a rising star this year. Shameless has been one of those European players that has been improving a lot over the past 12 months, has been looking so good, has been rising the ranks, and for him to take down Cristiano, big win. big win for Shameless. Now he's up against Shin in the next round. Classic still up against Nightmare, and we have our series herO versus Rogue. Let's go. Vetoes are underway, and herO versus Rogue will soon be upon us. Oh my god. As we do need a little bit of time here. And again, if you want to tune into some of these other matches, I believe Steadfast and Wardy are also casting on their respective channels. I believe they're also covering their own matches in their own series, so best of luck to the matches they are covering. Again, I do hope that someone has been covering Bunny versus Gumiho. Classic and Nightmare is a juicy series as well. Same with Alaser and Beyond. Like, you can't go wrong, right? You can't go wrong with the Random 16. There's so many amazing matches ongoing, and best of luck. Best of luck to the other casters. Likewise, there's also some other coverage going on as well. Shout out to Coca, of course, and some of the other language casters. I imagine Coca's going to be following Clem. He always does. So check out Coca's stream if you want some Clem action. And with that, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we will have herO versus Rogue. See you soon. See you soon. Bye. Take this moment, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. We'll be back soon with our ZVP. See you in a couple of minutes. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the WardiTV Monday number 14. We just wrapped up with the round of 16, and now we are diving into the quarterfinals. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player representing Team Falcons, the South Korean Zerg. It is Rogue. We just went through a very intense ZVZ between Rogue and Lambo. If you missed out on it, I do recommend the VODs. I recommend the series. It was very intense and very chaotic, especially that final game, very back and forth. And I'm a little bit shocked myself that it did end up in favor of Rogue, not gonna lie. it was a crazy game, it was crazy. But now we're settling into our next series, settling into the quarterfinals. So far so good. We do have our initial hatch gas pool opener here out of Rogue, I would imagine. Likewise, same that opener out of herO. Rogue, when it comes to a ZVP, at least from what we've seen over the past couple of weeks, over the past month of play, Rogue hasn't really diverted too much. He's been very mid-game oriented, in ZVP. Does feel like he's been a little bit less aggressive than players like Dark or players like Shin, for example, in this matchup. We'll see if that continues to be the case. Meanwhile, Rogue is still as crazy as ever. Once again, though, mid-game oriented. More often than not, so we'll see if we do embrace any earlier game aggression or if we just embrace the mid-game. As we settle into ley lines, once again, we're settling into a smaller map of the map pool, but a very defendable map as well. Again, the third and fourth base locations have that high ground elevation that can help you out. Likewise, a very narrow ramp coming into the base as well, so you can have that arc, you can have that concave, and the high ground advantage. So as a result, we've seen some all-ins struggle on ley lines. Not saying that they all fail. I mean, we even saw last game, you know, an all-in eventually succeed after like 4 failed all-ins. Like, it was crazy. It was crazy, but it was crazy. But we got there, though. We got there in the end. One of our players was overwhelmed. But we'll see how we embrace this ZVP. For the time being, interesting Stalker first. Okay, this is something you don't see too often. Now, chroning out the first Stalker does typically, or it can signify hidden tech. Otherwise, why build a Stalker, right? To deny the Scout, to deny the Overlord, and to keep the Zerg player in the dark. This can be a sign of a Twilight Council opener, but as you can see, it doesn't confirm it, as we have a Stargate opener from herO, but Rogue is more in the dark. Rogue is less aware of what's going on. So the Overlord Scout is going to be denied. And I'm curious what herO opens up with. Does he open up Oracle or Void Ray? I mean, I imagine Oracle, especially with the Stalker opener. Oracle can move out and provide high ground vision, and the Overlord will fall. And then herO can hide the follow-up. Phoenix, though, okay. herO, he's cooking, Bob. He's cooking. Let him cook. Let him cook. Let's go. Phoenix open out of herO. This is a very old school. We don't often see Phoenix openers. It's been a while since we've seen herO embrace it. I want to say like he went for a Phoenix opener like at the start of the year, like at the start of 2024, but it's a build that he does often mix in, and this can coincide Phoenixes into charged lots. You invest your gas into Phoenixes for early game map control, then you follow it up with a charged based follow-up with a ground based army. I'm curious if herO will do something similar here, as that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. Hallucination does get eyes on the Roach Warren. Rogue going for the safety Roach Warren as well. Again, Rogue hasn't seen anything. He doesn't know what's going on, and for all Rogue knows, it's a Twilight Council opener, so that's why he's going for the safety Roach Warren. That was at around 3:45-ish timing, or 3:40-ish timing Roach Warren, so very early on. Does mean that Rogue is going to be ready for Adepts and ready for DTs, as spores are being thrown down at the third and at the natural location, or third and into the main, and Phoenixes are revealed. Okay, for the first time, Phoenixes are revealed. We have the Forge on the way for +1. Again, I'm leaning towards +1 in the charge lots. We'll see if herO does go into a different direction. But the Phoenixes do move out, and Rogue, he's going to be contained here on 3 bases. At the same time, going for a massive link counterattack here towards the third. Links are moving out. There won't be any Oracles to defend. No Oracles. Instead, a gateway-based army. Nice force field. And herO, he should be able to hold his own. The Stalker taking a lot of hits. And Rogue, he wants the Stalker. He wants it. He gets it. Yeah, late force field. Late force field out of herO. He doesn't save the Stalker. Nice pick off here by Rogue. But he doesn't get much more than that. He gets 1 Stalker. And how many Overlords have fallen? 2. 2 Overlords, 11 Lings for 1 Stalker. herO still being active, still containing Rogue. Rogue, now that he realized what's going on, he did cancel. Yeah, he did cancel the Roach Warren. Okay, did opt to cancel the Roach one instead. He's doing Lings into Hydra. And again, Roaches, they won't help you really much here against this kind of army. He needs to dip in between the bases. Oh, also, my apologies. 5 minutes into the game, but I do apologize. Did forget, if you're in the chat, Gamba time predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. I apologize for it being a little bit late here. So I do apologize. I was otherwise distracted, especially by our two amazing players, but now we're settling in. Predictions are open. 7 drones go down. Very nice damage here by herO. So far, maintaining every one of his Phoenixes. Hasn't lost a single one. Back at home, +1 is on the way. Second Forge. This screams charge, by the way. Twilight Council as well. And Rogue is embracing Ling Bane into Hydra. Thankfully, he's going for the safety Baneley Nest. Again, Rogue, he should be aware that the potential for charge ults are definitely there. +1 Blink Stalker instead. Okay, herO, you have my attention. You have my attention here. Now, you don't often see Blink Stalkers coinciding with Phoenixes. The reason for this is because they both play a very similar role, where they both gain map control, they both shut down overlords, they contain the opponent, and they're both very gas intensive as well. As we're getting into Stalker production, the Phoenix production has concluded. You know, no more Phoenixes, we're done with that. Said herO transitioning into those Stalkers. Meanwhile, Rogue going to Ling Bane Hydra, which will be a pretty decent army against it. Hatchery gets spotted, and the tech will be seen as well. herO, he does confirm the Hydra, then he's aware. He's aware of the Hydras, which means he knows he needs splash damage. We'll need that splash damage. Back at home, Robo's on the way. Ling's flood in! The wall's not a wall. And the wall is wide open. Ling's bust into the natural. They bust into the main as well. Probes are going to be going down. Bit of a late reaction here from herO. Distracted with his Phoenixes. 1 Phoenix does fall. 2nd Phoenix as well. herO bleeding out a lot here. Losing 7 workers. And how many Phoenixes? 2. 2 Phoenixes go down. Almost a 3rd. herO crumbling a little bit here at the seams. Losing another Phoenix. And with that, herO, he is losing his map control. Losing his harassment. Going to be reinforcing with those Stalkers. Getting to 2-1 upgrades. Stalkers are poking in, but now Rogue has a decent Hydra count. Hydra count is looking decent. So far, Rogue maintaining himself, spreading creep here towards the north. Bay is on the way. As we mentioned before, because the Robo does signify Colossus production, so here is attempting to go into Colossi, but there's going to be a window. There's a big window in time here where herO does not have any splash damage, and when Rogue has Ling Bane Hydra. So Rogue can try to dive in, can try to surround, can try to break this 4th base. The 4th base is quite exposed here for herO. Is on the low ground. And we'll see if Rogue does commit. For now, Rogue is just teching. Focusing on upgrades. Infestation bits on the way. This should be for the Hive Tech. Hive Tech into eventually Lurkers. Rogue, he's building up. Cutting workers just under 80. Ling's at the natural. This time, herO is in position. This time, herO is ready. Does stuff like the Lings. Rogue still purely focused on army production, and here we go. He comes in for the surround. It collapses on the Stalkers. Stalkers blink away. The gateway units are exposed. Ling still collapsing on the Stalkers themselves, and this is a brutal trade. Again, herO has no Colossus, no Storm, no nothing. And he's going to be losing too much. Rogue, he collapses in. This 4th base should go down. herO trying to hold on. Banelings, they crash into the main army. They shut down the site defense. Hydra's push forward. Rogue even chasing herO back towards his expansion, towards his 3rd. At the same time, herO attempting to go for his own counterattack, but there are reinforcements. Zealots, they get cleaned up, and the 4th base does go down. So massive pick-off here for Rogue. Takes down 25 probes. 25 workers, the 4th expansion. Back at home, Rogue, he loses, what was that, 4 drone kills? 5 drones? Barely anything. And Rogue, he's looking solid. Looking very comfortable here. Again, herO, he kind of stumbled his way into the mid-game, into that 4th base. We saw herO, again, lose all those probes. He lost all of his Phoenix, or most of his Phoenixes, I should say. That gave Rogue so much freedom, so much breathing room. And it led into this kind of game state. Now, my big criticism for Rogue is, as he was attacking and as he's been defending, especially with the hype being done now, I would expect to see a Lurker Den. And there is none. There is no Lurker Den. Otherwise, we could see like a massive switch into Lurkers where Prism goes down, and then we could see a Lurker assault towards the 4th, and the 4th would never get up and running. Instead, Rogue, he's maxing out on still Lingbane Hydra. He does have Hive Tech, and he does have Hive upgrades on the way alongside Vipers, and that may just be good enough, but he isn't really thinking further ahead into Lurker Tech yet. Oh no. As herO pulls the herO Lings, they flood into the natural, they flood into the main, the wall is open once again, there's the recall into the main. But once again, this forces herO back home. As the 12 workers go down, Banelings, they crash into the 3rd, they keep rolling in. herO pulls away this time. Still 13 probe kills. 13 workers go down, Rogue remaxing. And his answers to these Colossi are going to be the abductions, the Vipers. As the Vipers are getting ready. Does have to protect them though. Viper being targeted down. They do move forward, there's the first yoink. A bit of an awkward abduction, but here comes the second yoink as well. And the Colossus will fall, the final Colossus gets abducted. And Rogue, he dominates the fight, he dominates the main army. Gonna be pushing in from here. GG gets called and Rogue takes game number 1. GG. Does take a lead in the series. Again, here he didn't have a bad start to the game, but we saw him pulled apart, especially with the initial Ling Flood, which was able to get into the mineral lines, into the bases. Likewise, here he lost control of his own Phoenixes across the map, and that Stalker follow-up was a little bit lackluster. He wasn't really able to achieve anything with his Stalker push, despite having the 2-1 upgrades. He was being active, yes, but he wasn't able to really deal any damage, and he wasn't able to stop Rogue from maxing out on that Lingbane Hydra. We spoke about it at the time when herO was establishing his 4th base. There was a big window where he was vulnerable before he had Colossus, and that's exactly when Rogue struck. Before the Colossus were ready, herO, he lost his 4th. He lost his 4th, he lost souls at 25 workers. GG. GG, well played then and there, and with that, Rogue takes the lead in the series. We'll see if herO can calm down. As a reminder, herO was very experimental in this game. As a reminder, this was a Stargate opener into Mass Phoenix. This is not standard at all, this is not meta at all, and even when it comes to herO's build, this is a very niche build as well that herO whips out like once every like 5 months. Like, it's not a very common build out of herO. Did try to have some fun with it here in game 1 and didn't quite work out. I expect to see something more standard this time in game 2, but we'll see as we're getting into that second game and spawning in the top left hand corner of Abyssal Reef. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player, we have the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Here we go. So we settle into game number 2. And again, game 1, a lot of it did come down to the more unorthodox build that herO went for, going into Mass Phoenix, into delayed Twilight Council, into delayed upgrades, into Mass Blink Stalker. It was a bold build out of herO, and unfortunately didn't quite pay off. Rogue, he was able to recognize what was going on. He did cancel his Roach one in time, so Rogue didn't waste any resources on Roaches, went straight Lingbane Hydra instead, which was ideal against the Stalker heavy composition of herO. If you remember, as soon as the Phoenixes were revealed, Rogue did cancel his Roach War. Meanwhile, Rogue going Hatch Gas Pool, forced to take the unnatural natural. So a bit of a more awkward setup here by Rogue, but we are loading into Abyssal Reef. Welcome one and all to Abyssal Reef. It's 2017 all over again. It's been a long time since this map has been in the active ladder and tournament map pool. That's great to be here once again. When it comes to Abyssal Reef, though, it does have some unique features. It is, one, a very large map. It's a very large map, especially considered to modern standards. As years have gone by, maps have been getting smaller. They have been getting smaller and smaller over time. So Abyssal Reef and Neo Violet Square and King's Cove, all 3 old maps, are the largest maps in the current map pool. They are huge, they are massive. And it isn't just that this map is large, but it's also very defendable as well. We speak about this all the time, but there's a reason why we have a lot of late game on Abyssal Reef, because of the size and because of how easy, or how much more easy it is to establish yourself on 3, 4, and 5 bases. Like, this 5 base setup is very close by, very kind of very consolidated as well, very easy to rotate between them. You have your high ground points of elevation, you have your choke points as well. It can be, we have seen a lot of players fortify themselves quite well on 5 bases and force a longer game state. So we could see the late game here between Rogue and herO. We could embrace the late game. Not saying that all-ins don't work on Abyssal Reef, but you have to put in more work to make them actually viable and to be successful with them here on a large map like Abyssal Reef. So it can be very difficult to pull off. But we'll see how players do approach this. It's going to be a Stargate opener once again by herO. This time opening up Adept, not Stalker, and we have an Oracle first. So we're calming things down. Much more standard opener out of herO. No Phoenixes, not this time. Not this time by herO. I appreciate that he was, again, being a little bit more experimental in the first game. Always do appreciate it, but wasn't quite successful. As herO, he does reinforce with that second Adept. Now to Adepts, they can one-shot drones, and it's going to be on Rogue to keep up with the Adept Shades. With the Shades, with the aggression. So far, a couple links get caught out. One drone falls as well. Nice pickoffs here by herO. Very nicely done. Picks up a handful of units. Oracle towards the third. Third base is exposed. The Queens are off of creep. Rogue out of position here, and drones are going to go down. Oh, I say that. herO, he was a little bit late to respond, a little bit late to react. Despite that, 2 worker kills and a lot of lost mining time as well. Oracle dives into the main. Spore not quite ready. Getting up to 7 drone kills. Oh my god. 7 workers go down. Adept shaded once again, sniping another drone. Oracle gets forced back, and this is a very successful attack here by herO. We'll lose 2 Adepts for 8 workers. Very nicely done, and hero's not done. Did save his Oracle. Second Oracle moves out. Third Oracle's on the way. herO behind this takes the third base. herO, he will take down 2 more drones. 3 more drones even. Does overextend. It bleeds out a lot of HP on that Oracle. A lot of hull damage, but does escape. Rogue going for a link counterattack, but the third Oracle has arrived, and herO should be able to respond. He does respond. So third base is safe and sound. And Rogue's in a really rough position here. In total, he's lost 5 workers throughout all of that aggression. Lost 5 workers, still trying to re-drone, trying to re-establish himself. herO looking very comfortable. He's on 3 bases, and now taking up into a Twilight Council and a Forge. This should be +1 in Blink Stalkers. We do have +1 charge variations, but that's typically on smaller maps when a player wants to be more aggressive. I would imagine that herO is much more comfortable going into Blink Stalkers instead. We'll see. We'll see what upgrade he goes for. Adepts shade into the mineral line, and they commit. Lings are somewhat in position though. Adepts are going to be forced back. At the same time, triple Oracle towards the third base, but the Spore is ready. And Rogue does defend. This time the follow-up is less successful here for herO. He will lose 5 Adepts, and he doesn't get really much for it. He gets 1 drone. So not too worth it here for herO. Forced to recall back home. Ling's going for a massive counterattack. The wall is solid enough. It's fine. herO does defend. Lings get into the mineral line, but not a single probe goes down. And herO, he will chase down those Lings. Behind this, as he did mention, +1 on Blinker on the horizon. And Rogue has been having a really tough time here. It isn't just about losing workers, but Rogue, he's also invested into all these Lings, and he's lost a lot of them as well. He hasn't had the most efficient trades here. Has been bleeding out a lot of larva. Oracles, they get eyes on the 4th. Denying the creep initially. And setting up for the eventual Stalker move out. Speaking of herO, he's building up those Stalkers back at home. Blinker +1 almost done. And herO's moving out. He's got how many Stalkers? He has 12. Now, herO is not going all in by any means. He doesn't have a way to reinforce. Oh, as 1 Oracle goes down across the map, a bit of an overextension there by herO. But herO is taking up. He's rushing into Sky Toss. Fleet Beacon, second Stargate, +1 air attack as well. As we mentioned before, because of how defendable and how large this map is, going for moves like this to rush into Sky Toss is much more viable on Abyssal Reef. Stalkers, they dive in. Stasis is going to be going up. Ooh, catches out the Lings. Stalkers are trading well. They take down 2 of the Queens. Yeah, 2 queens go down. Not enough lings again. This ramp is brutal. It's a bit of a double-edged sword. It's being used against against Rogue, as Rogue cannot surround. Queens are exposed. Our 3rd queen does fall. Nice blinks. Stalkers, they blink away. So far, only 1 Stalker has fallen. And again, behind this, herO should be working towards those Tempest. Getting another queen. That's a 4th queen kill. The stasis trap is brutal. Likewise, just creating another choke point. herO does reinforce, going into carrier production initially instead. I mean, pick your poison. Like, anything is possible here for herO. He is far enough ahead. He's just rushing into carrier. And Rogue, he can't punish. He cannot punish this. He cannot counterattack Rogue. He's still struggling to survive, struggling to hold on. And Rogue, he will hold. But herO, he's getting what he wanted. You know, he's out trading the lings. He's keeping Rogue busy back at home. While herO embraces Sky Toss and embraces a late game composition. herO getting a little bit ambitious though. He has to calm down. Again, herO doesn't have to push into the bases. Just has to contain. 3rd Stargate's on the way. Templar Archives, that's going to be for Storm, for Archons as well. And again, herO, he's working on that ideal. Meanwhile, Rogue, he's not droning. Bear that in mind. He's cutting workers here at 3 base saturation, at 68 workers. Massing up with Ling Hydra. Lurker Den's on the way. herO, he rotates, takes out an Overlord. More Lings. And it will be forced out. Very nice blink control here by herO. 2nd Oracle falls. And herO finally has to back off. He's finally forced to retreat. Up! Losing another Oracle. herO a little bit inattentive there. Does lose all 3 Oracles. Nice pickups. Oracles go down. herO, he is losing map control. But back at home, he should be fine. What does he have to defend? He has 2, soon to be 5 carriers. Jesus. Better have 5 carriers. Storm is almost done. And Rogue doesn't have any pushing power. Even though Rogue has gained map control, Rogue does not have enough to threaten the bases of herO. Not with this kind of army. So Rogue is backing off, he's taking up, Hive is on the way, Spire is on the way. He's working towards his own ideal composition of Hydra, Lurker, Viper, Intercorruptor. But the reality is that herO is 1 step ahead. He's 1 step ahead at this point. From here, he can take a 5th. He can just take another expansion. Carriers are revealed by the Changeling. Rogue knows. Rogue is stuck at home. Now, what I will say is that at least Rogue did snipe all 3 Oracles, and for herO to replace those Oracles, he has to stop his own carrier production, which he doesn't want to do. So detection is non-existent for herO. He has no detection, he has no revelations. Likewise, he has no stasis support either. Despite that, herO is pushing in. I mean, he can still outtrade the Hydras. Yeah, the Hydras are all going to go down. The Lurkers will survive. Again, there is no detection. But here, he can just avoid the Lurkers. And GG gets called. herO, he will take it. Game number 2, tying up the series 1-1. GG. Mate, who needs detection? GG, well played. herO, he will tie things up, and we are going to the ace match. Again, herO, he was in the driver's seat almost the entire game. A lot of that did come down to the early economic damage. Again, remember, herO, he killed, what was it, like 16 plus workers early on. Over time, he just crippled the economy of Rogue. That led into the follow-up Stalker aggression, where herO, likewise, he was shaving off so many Lings, so many Queens, Overlords, and even Hydras as well. Just herO, he was dictating the pace of the game the entire time. He was perfectly safe back at home as well, able to just kind of cut corners and rush into Skytoss the way that he did. But what I will say, and what I should emphasize, is that the game that we just saw is very much so a game that you can pull off on some of these larger maps. I'm thinking Abyssal Reef, I'm thinking King's Cove, Neon Violet Square as well. These larger maps, because counterattacks take so much longer to get across the map as well, that's where you can cut corners. Now we're spawning into a much smaller map, so we shouldn't really see that kind of dynamic again. We're going to be loading into Ultra Love. Let's go. We're going to be embracing that late game. Sorry, that ace match, what I meant to say. we just had kind of a pseudo late game. But here we go. We're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the red Protoss player from South Korea representing Weibo Gaming. Tying up the series, forcing the ace match, it is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons, being forced into the ace match. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is Rogue. Here we go. And welcome one and all to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is a smaller map compared to Abyssal Reef. The rush distance by ground is comparable to that of Whispers of Gold and Leg Lines, just for some greater context. So the rush distance by ground is a little bit shorter here, but what I will say is that the bases are very defendable. It's a smaller map, but defendable bases. I mean, that's typically kind of like the mantra of modern StarCraft. If a map is large, the bases are more exposed. If a map is small, then the bases are more defendable, is typically how things go in modern StarCraft. That isn't applicable to the older maps, to Abyssal, King's Cove, and Neo-Violet Square. That they play by a different rule, so don't worry about that. They're big and defendable. They have both. It's crazy. Now we are settling in. And again, these bases, there are a lot of choke points. You can, of course, knock down the tower here at the third as well to buy time in case you are being all-in. And my eyes, I feel like, are going to be on Rogue here. I know that herO has gone for different builds every game. True, he has varied it up a little bit. But last game, he went for a more standard style and a standard composition and a standard build. Rogue has been trying to react to his opponents, has been struggling here a little bit early on in the early game. But we could see Rogue throw down an earlier Roach Warren. He could go for an earlier Roach push. He could go for a German taxi, a Nidus-based all-in. We'll keep an eye on how his gas is being spent in the early game of Game 3. So we'll keep an eye on Rogue. As we have seen, all-ins have some mixed success here on Ultra Love. Meanwhile, we do have our Stargate opener by herO. So once again, Stargate play. Again, game 1 was more of an anomaly. It was more of a kind of not the most it was not quite of the rule. What's the phrase I'm looking for? Oh my god. Not like this. Exception, that's it. It was an exception of the rule, not necessarily a standard game or what we expect from herO. For those that weren't here, game 1 was a Phoenix-based opener. It's a very heavy Phoenix base, and that's where herO did struggle a little bit in the mid-game. Here we expect an Oracle or a Void Ray. And so now the Adept does threaten a Shade, and there it is. It's going to be a Void Ray opener. So the role and the goal of a Void Ray opener is to hunt down Overlords. It's to hunt down the Overlords and to deny vision here of Rogue and to keep him in the dark as to what's going on. Now, this doesn't have to lead into hidden tech. This doesn't have to lead into an all-in or I mean, it could lead into Glaive Adepts or a second Stargate into like a Tempest Rush. Could lead into something crazy, or it could be for a standard game. What's important is that Rogue won't know. That's kind of the value, that's the advantage of a Void Ray opener. The downside is that you have less units, you have less oracles to harass across the map, to scout your opponents and defend against lings. It's a less mobile start to the game. As heroes hunting down overlords. Lings, they threaten the third. Oh, they go for the probe. So far, nice control here by herO, but the first adept is going to go down. Yeah, the first adept falls, second adept as well. Third expansion is placed. Ooh. But Rogue, he trades well. Does trade well. Rogue, he pulls out. A Void Ray is revealed. It gets one, gets two Overlords. Not bad. Gets lured in. Has to respect the Queens. Behind this herO going for a second Oracle. Building up his Oracle counts. Once again being forced back by the Lings. And again, typically herO, he would have enough oracles to defend his third and also to harass across the map. That is not the case with this kind of opener. Again, that is the downside of opening Void Ray. So here he does catch another Overlord. Third Overlord goes down. Double Oracle across the map. herO going for a standard follow-up here. Twilight Council and Forge as the third base is almost done. So it should be +1 in Blink. So far, so good. So here he moves out with 5 Adepts and those 2 Oracles. Adepts, they threaten a Shade towards the natural. Making the way into the third. Shade, he commits into the main. So far, Rogue, he does maintain his workers. Drone's finally going to be going down. Oracle's in position to catch any transferring workers. And they keep the drones in the main. Stasis trap as well. Boys are being pulled. Oh my god. Boys are being pulled in. Drones are falling. Another stasis trap goes up. And Adepts get into the mineral line. Drones once again are going down. Shade is cancelled. It's going to be 5 drone kills. Whew, but only 5. Oh my god. That could have been so much worse. That could have been so much worse. Going to be 5 drone kills. 1-to-1 trade, but a lot lost mine time. Meanwhile, I assumed it was going to be +1 in Blink. +1 in Glaives? This is not normal. Okay. Interesting follow-up here out of herO. Very committed. Very committed. Now, the reason why we don't often see Glaives and +1 together, one, this was a later Twilight Council, so this Glaive Adept move out is going to hit much later as well. It's going to be a delayed Glaive Adept attack here by herO. And usually you want them earlier on to actually, snowball out of control and catch a Zerg player droning. That's usually what you want. But this is going to hit far later instead. And because it's hitting later, Rogue, he may not invest into any Roaches. I say that. Roaches are on the way. He is making a handful of Roaches. Did not skip the Roach Warren. If Rogue was going Ling Hydra, I'd be concerned. Sage Trap's going to be going up, catching a handful of drones. 3, 4 drones getting caught. 6 gateways on the way. It's going to be a 3-base all-in. So 3-base all in here out of herO. Oracle goes down to 2. But again, +1 doesn't really benefit Adepts anywhere near as much as it does some of these other gateway units. So it isn't just that this hits later, but it's also not as effective. But here come the Adepts. And will it work? I mean, looking at the units have 10 Roaches here for Rogue. 4th base gets denied. Oh no, it's off center. 4th base gets cancelled twice, I believe. There we go, now a 3rd time. The Roach Army is here, though. Massive stasis into the 3rd, or into the main. Lings hit the 3rd base. They bust into the mineral line. Adepts warp in just in time. herO, he will defend. He does catch the entire mineral line. That will save the drones from the Adepts, at least for now. Adepts shade in. Stasis is about to run out. Up, the drones. The workers are exposed. 10 drones going to be falling. 10 drone kills, shading towards that natural. He commits, gets into a mineral line. Rogue late to pull away. That's going to be 14 drone kills. Can he get more? The Adepts just keep on coming. The mass Adepts, it's like a game from 2021. Oh my god. The mass Adepts, they just keep going. Adepts in every single base, every single mineral line. Drones are pulling left and right, and Rogue, he's being pulled apart. It's just becoming far too much damage. Oh no. We're back to 2021, Mass Adept all over again, as here he pulls Rogue apart. And this is becoming game-ending damage. This is game-ending. Rogue, he will soon counterattack, but back at home, herO, he's going to have Blink Stalkers. Blink is halfway done. And he is massing up Stalkers back at home. Rogue going for the counter all-in. And herO, he's ready. He's somewhat ready, I should say. Blink isn't done yet. Roach is pushing in. 33 drone kills. Oh my god. 33 drones across the map. 37. 40. 41. The Adept printer goes burr. As we have a recall back home, the Roaches, they bust in towards the National. No shield battery. No shield battery. No static defense. Roaches are breaking through. Back at home, there's nothing. There's nothing back at home. There's nothing left for Rogue. It's all or nothing. Biles, they bring down one of the Oracles. One Oracle does fall. Oh, but GG gets called. There's just too much to defend, and herO, he will hold. He will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played, herO. He will claim the series, will advance on. Again, a very unorthodox style here to open up Void Ray into Oracle into a much more delayed Glaive Adept attack with +1, much more delayed on 3 bases, with 8 gateways as well. It was an 8-gate 3-base all-in out of herO. Completely caught Rogue with his pants down. Rogue, he had some Roaches, that is true, but not enough. He wasn't quite in position either. He was torn apart left and right. Adepts in every single expansion. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have herO advancing on to those semi-finals, and we are getting ready here for our next series. Who is going to face him in those semis? We're here to find out. Exclamation mark B in the chat as we have a look at the back at ourselves. Let us switch our scenes over and catch up. Okay, first things first, Shin takes down Shameless 2-0. Classic takes down Nightmare 2-0 as well. And Shin, he's up against Classic in the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, I have to very quickly find out where is Wardy, because we're going to be following Wardy into his next series. He's in Beyond versus Solar. Okay. Speaking of, I should emphasize that as well. Scrolling up here, so we have Shin versus Classic. Winner goes up against herO in the semifinals. Scrolling up, we have Clem. Clem takes down Bunny 2-0. Clem is in the semifinals, waiting for either Solar or Beyond. Now, Wardy is casting Solar versus Beyond game 1. They're in game 1, which means we're going to be jumping into game 2. And the reason why we're joining forces with Wardy is because both semifinals are held and both semifinals are going to be casted. So we're going to be meeting up with Wardy, wrapping up Solar versus Beyond. Then we're going to be going into one semis, then the other, then the grand finals. So 4 matches left. 4 matches left. Solar versus Beyond, then semis, finals. 4 series remaining here tonight. Let's go. Let us go. As we get things ready. Again, if you want to tune into game 1 of Solar versus Beyond, they did, I believe, they did just begin over on Wardy's channel. And we'll be meeting up with him in game 2. Let's go. We'll be meeting up. Just making sure everything is ready. Everything is good to go. Beautiful. 0 points bet on Rogue? No shot. And we went to the ace match. It was a good series. And I love that here he ended it in very herO fashion as well. Like that follow-up +1 Glaives attack is not seen at all. it's just not really seen at all. So really cool to see herO just end it with some flair as well. To have a little bit of flair towards the end of that series. GG, well played. Oh, 25 grapes. But with that, once again, our next series is going to be Beyond versus Solar, and we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a break here as we have some downtime, waiting for game 1 to wrap up. And once it finishes, then we can, of course, jump in mid-series. Looks like game 1 is going to be on Neon Violet Square, a very large map, which means game 1 could be a long one, to be honest. could be a long one here. Could be here for quite some time. Aye. So we will, of course, wait for that to wrap up. When it comes to which semifinals is going to be casted first, it depends on which one is available first, is what I will say. So it'll depend on our players here, or on those remaining matches. Otherwise, yeah, take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, and get ready for the series to come. Get ready for the remaining matches and the finale of WardiTV Monday, because once we get going, we're most likely not going to stop. Not going to stop, just series after series after series. So take this time, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and we'll be back soon with our next series. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals of WardiTV Monday number 14. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OC as we have returned. We are jumping in mid-series and spawning. Oh my god. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Byun. And spawning in the bottom, on the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Team Falcons. Down in the series, looking to bounce back and force that ace match. It is a Solar. Here we go, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Again, the reason why we had so much downtime was that we were waiting for that first map to wrap up, and we have since wrapped up the initial round, the initial series, or the initial game, I should emphasize. And it was a long late game on Neo Violet Square. Byun and Solo, they were very back and forth. Byun did eventually overwhelm, did outtrade, and did surpass Solar in that first game, in the late game. We'll see if we can embrace a shorter game, though, as we do head into Whispers of Gold. Of course, this map is a much smaller map. The map pool is the smallest map of the map pool. Short rush distance by ground, exposed bases, exposed third, exposed fourth. Rocks can be knocked down as well to reduce the rush distance even further as well if you so chose to. So aggression can be favored on a map like Whispers of Gold. Now, this typically can favor a Terran player, just because once they get into their momentum, once they get into their 3-base move out, they don't stop and they just keep going, especially a player like Byun. He's more than willing to embrace something like an Arax, I would imagine. We'll see if Solo, to play safe, does open up Roach. We've seen a lot of Roach play here on Whispers of Gold. We'll see if that continues to be the case here as well. Now just catching up in the chat. Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos, papi. As we do settle in. As a reminder as well, following this series, we're going to be heading in towards the semifinals. Both semis are going to be casted here on the channel, alongside the grand finals thereafter. Let's go. For now, we're going to be settling in. Again, hatch gas full standard opener out of Solar, going for, of course, link speed, pulling out of gas, and soon to be taking his third. Third base is on the way. Reaper dives into the mineral line, going for the drones. Oh! Does not quite get one. Two morphing that Spore just in time. Nice Spore trick here out of Solar. Does maintain himself, does hold, does defend, and the third base is on the way. Nice damage here by Byun, but not enough to really get anything crucial here at the natural, not yet. Likewise, behind this, third CC is on the way, so it's going to be an economic build here by Byun, going 3 CC before Starport. This can lead into either Banshee play or into Liberator instead. We'll keep an eye on the add-ons here of Byun, see if he does go for the add-on swap or not. So he has options. He does have options available. Reaper is forced back. Just keeping eyes here on the setup, on the bases, on Solar. Just trying to make sure he is honest. And again, he did confirm that third base. Behind this, there's that Starport on the way. We should be seeing a tech lab on that Rax into an add-on swap, I would imagine. So Hellion is forced back. Reaper even. Hellions are amassing. There's that tech lab on the horizon here for Byun. Relatively standard opener here just to gain map control, just to be able to apply some pressure and keep Solar on the back foot. As yet the tech lab does finish, there's the add-on swap into Banshee play. We'll see how committed Byun is going to be. Link speed kicks in, nice catch here on the Reaper. First Reaper does fall, nice pick up here by Solar. Behind this, he's been saturating, of course, building up his queens, getting his third base up and running. So far, just standard setups here between our players. Nothing major yet, as Byun is gearing up to move out across the map. Again, typically the goal here of Heli and Banshee is just to gain map control, to deny and delay creep, to maybe threaten the mineral line, especially if Solo were to cut corners. If Solo went for a gasless opener, for example, then we could see a Heli and dive into a mineral line. With link speed finishing up, though, it is more riskier to try to go for that dive. So we'll see if Byun finds an opening. See if he does find an opportunity. See if he does find it. Helion's poking in. Overlord gets hunted down. Overlord does get a full scout though. Solar, he confirms the timing of the third CC. He confirms the 1-1-1 as well. And he also confirmed that Byun is not investing into cloaks, I should emphasize. Into cloak is investing into banshees, but there is no cloak upgrade. So a bit of a lighter investment here by Byun. Not as committed. Still moving out though. Does have 6 Hellions on the field. He can still threaten that creep. Poking in wherever he can. So far, Solar, he's holding his own. No lair yet. Solar going double Evo first. So a bit of a greedier move here by Solar. Going double Evo chamber, double upgrades before the lair and before the Bailey nest. So this is a very greedy move. We'll see if Solar can get away with it. This means that Solar, he's intentionally delaying Bailings and Bailing speed in favor of upgrades. He also delays his scout, as there's no Overseer yet until the lair is done. So it's all hatch base initially. Solar's gearing up. And this usually really kicks in the mid game, as it leads into fast +2. So fast upgrades here out of Solar. And because of this, he's going to be the defender. He's going to be stuck at home, keeping up with Bjorn. Banshees, they dive into the main. 2 drones going down. Good damage so far. But the Banshee did take a lot of hits, and Bjorn is forced back. Bjorn is being forced back. Soldier's focusing on droning up, saturating his bases. Bjorn is getting ready for his eventual stim tank push. Upgrades are wrapping up. And he will soon push in around a minute. Meanwhile, one Banshee will fall. Does get 2 queens. Not the worst trade here. Gets 2 queens. Gets another worker for a Banshee. But Bjorn, he has to pull back. He is pinned. Likewise, Bjorn is still gearing up. Armory is on the way for 2-2. Bjorn should be moving out with his first 2 tanks. Second tank is halfway done. And Bjorn will soon pull the trigger, as he is already moving out. 4 CC behind this. Extra gases into a second factory. Bjorn gearing up for the mid game. So he is macroing up as well. It's not going to be an all-in. He is still moving out and he's still applying pressure, that is true, but he really is just looking to trade. Looking to trade and maybe even pick off an expansion. Dust him in. Takes down the tumors, going for the queen, clutch transfuse. Overseer does get sniped. Meanwhile, you can see Solar getting ready here for a surround, but the armory is done and Hellbats are here to support that tank. Tank is protected. Marines, they take down another Overlord, they take down the Spore. Yeah, nice trades here by Bjorn. He's going to be forced to pick up, but just an efficient trade overall. Ooh, focusing elsewhere. Yeah, the tanks go down, and most of the Marines fall. Late reaction out of Bjorn. Ay, ay, ay. Bjorn bleeding out Marines, bleeding out tanks. And Solar, he comes out better. Does out-trade Bjorn. It's Bjorn, yeah, he lost a tank, he lost 13 Marines to Hellbats. Solar only trading Ling Bane, really. Did lose a Spore and an Overlord, but for the most part, better trades with the Zerg. Bjorn going for a split push. Double drop on the right. Main army towards the left. Solar, he does respond. He's keeping up. Bjorn at the same time pushing in. Solar trying to respond. Hellbats, they do trade well. Lings collapsing on the bio. Yeah, they get on top of the tank. Tank is going to go down. At the same time, here on the right-hand side. Oh, there are enough Bailings here to defend. Solar, he is holding on. Drop into the main. Solar a little bit late to respond. Another Spore goes down. But now we have Hydras. Solar, he's defended long enough to get into Hydra tech to embrace his 4-base economy. Bailings roll in. Massive connections! Oh, late reaction once again here out of Bjorn. Late to pick up, late to pull away. Bjorn, he will lose his Marines, lose the Banshee. And yeah, this aggression from Bjorn just hasn't really been too successful. He has been struggling. Mindshell going up. Oh my god. Ooh, that was close. Mindshell's not quite connecting. Widowmines get targeted down. Solar forcing Bjorn back. Bjorn picking up, going for a Doom Drop. Looking for a way in. Doom Drop towards the main. Likewise, Bjorn splitting off his reinforcements towards the right-hand side. Solar, he has some creep, but the creep is lacking here on the right. And the drop gets in. Bjorn, he unloads, goes for the mineral line. Solar, for the most part, he is keeping up. He will force a pick up. Meanwhile, here on the right-hand side, there is some Ling Bane, but not enough. Yeah, not enough here in position. Beyond, he breaks through. He's going for the base, going for the expansion. Stimming into the mineral line. And he will take down the workers. Yeah, the drones, they cannot escape. It's going to be 10 plus workers going down. Yeah, Solar getting pulled apart. Did I say 10 plus? It's at 6, 17. 17 drones to full. Solar, he will defend. He will clean this up, but at a cost. At a cost of a mineral line. Oh, Beyond will lose most of his drop, though. This wasn't the most efficient trade. Does get the mineral line, which is good. But Beyond did throw away a lot of his supply. Did throw away a lot of army supply. He has to build back up. 3-3 is on the way. Throughout all this, Solar, he's taking into lurkers. Lurkers are building up. Solar needs a little bit more time to get into that lurker tech. Once again, double drop towards the main. Beyond rotating on the right-hand side. Solar not quite in position. It's mainly Marauders, though. So Solar shouldn't lose too much here. And Vipers, they come in with the power bombs, they yoink, they abduct. Ooh, they shut down the drops. Very nice clean up there by Solar. Meanwhile, the push on the right-hand side was only clearing creep. Only creep going down. And throughout all this, Solar is building up a greater lurker army. He had 2, now he's up to 4. Lurker range on the way, about to finish. And once lurkers kick in, Solar can slow the game down. And a lot of Beyond's play is momentum-based. And once that momentum gets stripped away, then Solar's going to be looking much more comfortable. It's going to be much more in control. And in saying so, Beyond runs into the lurkers. Takes some brutal spine shots to the face. Meanwhile, Solar here overextends on the left-hand side. Did overextend. Mine shot going off. For the most part, Solar, he is quite secure here on the right. He has to focus towards the left. Still building up his lurker count, embracing more upgrades. Beyond has been able to tech into Ghosts. Ghosts are ready. Fusion cores on the way. That should be for Liberator range. Second starport as well. Meanwhile, Solar, he's going for the kill move. Nidus Worm. Nidus Worm for Solar. Beyond is aware, that's why he has Sensor Tower set up. Sensor Tower here on the right-hand side towards his main. Snipes the Overseer. Making sure Solar does not get vision into the main. A well-placed Nidus can end the game. And Beyond is aware. Speaking of, once again, does catch another Overseer. Solar, he just keeps trying to rally in. Nice snipe. Again, so important that he does deny those Overseers. Making sure that Nidus Worms do not get up and running. Did deny 2 of them. Solar pushing towards the left. Nidus Worm going to be finishing up to reinforce. And Beyond is pushing on the right. Scans ahead of time, sees the lurker. Snipe's going to be coming in. And no detection. Massive snipes going off. So 3 lurkers going down. The expansion as well. And Solar, he's in trouble. He does race back home. And the base is going to go down. The Nidus Worm as well. Very nice pick off. Snipes the Nidus, snipes the base. We'll lose 1 Ghost. But that was worth it here for Beyond, sniping both Nidus Worms. Solar, he is in trouble here. Trying to keep up, trying to hold his own. His bank is a little bit lackluster. Not as large as it should be. Oh, that's going to be a kill, not a cancel. Killing the expansion. Snipes going up. Beyond, he pulls away, but the base is going to fall. Solar, he gets a planetary. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, only 3 lurkers. Nice concave, nice arc. Yeah, Beyond, he stims in. Does start to step forward, takes down 3 lurkers and the expansion once again. And Solar, once again, just out of position. He does turn back around, racing his entire army back home. And Beyond, he picks up, he gets away. Picks up, he pulls out. Beyond retaking his 5th. And Beyond has just been able to out-trade his opponents. Ooh, Changelings did get into the main, though. Beyond, he responds. Again, these Nidus Worms have to be taken seriously. As Beyond does drop in towards that natural, or towards the 3rd. Oh, we'll lose his army, though. Yeah, Gert's going to be going down. Not too worth it there for Bjorn. But because of Bjorn's efficiency, he has the greater bank. Like, he's got an equivalent mineral bank. He has an equivalent gas bank as well. Solar has been struggling to expand. He does roll in. Not too many Widow Mines. Mine just going up. The Ghost getting caught out. Better engagement here for Solar. Does get a Ghost. Massive Mine Shot though. Oh my god. As the Mine Shots, they get dragged into the army. Solar getting forced back. Vipers have arrived. You see Bjorn trying to hold on. Does shut down the Hydras. Yeah, brutal engage. Solar, he will lose his Hydras, but he does get into the mineral line. 15 SCVs go down. And Solar, does he barely have enough? It's close. He's breaking through. Getting on top of the Ghosts. And he's breaking through the defensive line. Getting on top of the Ghosts as well. Bjorn, he's hurting. He has to pull the boys. Mine Shot going up. Getting friendly fire. Ay, ay, ay. More SCVs go down. Honestly, in that last fight, it felt like the Widow Mines, they hurt Bjorn more than they helped him. Especially when the Mine Shots connected with the Overseers. When Solar dragged the shots in. And with that, Bjorn is hurting. And it's an orbital. It's not a planetary. Bjorn getting pulled apart. Solar, he does stem in, or he does lunge in. Ooh, nice catch here from Bjorn, though. Takes down a massive chunk of Banelings. Meanwhile, Solar, he has top right and bottom left. For so long, Solar, he was struggling to expand, but now he's been able to double expand, and he's gone away with it. He's gone away with the expansions. Now Solar, he can afford these trades. He's on 90 workers. He's actually saturated. He's mining efficiently. And Bjorn is trying to build back up. Decent EMPs. Good Mine Shots as well. Mine Shots going up. Once again, being dragged over the army. The Ling Bane going down. Solar, he has to respect the buyer. Has to pull away. Does pull back. But Solar's taking just every base. Every expansion on the map is now in control of Solar. And Bjorn, he has burned through his bank. Up until a certain point, he was playing well. Again, he was out trading Solar until that one attack here in the center. And now Solar is running away with it. Now getting into Infestors. Embracing Fungals. Bjorn attempting to engage. He has potential with this army, don't get me wrong. But there's a lot of pressure here on Bjorn. He has to do so much. He has to expand, he has to defend, he has to attack. Lurkers, they deny another expansion. Solar, he collapses in. Once again, just barreling into the Ghost. Fungal connects as well. Not the best Fungal, but a Fungal nonetheless. Solar being forced back. We're at a Ling Bane. Solar, he's in a bit of trouble here. Snipes going up. And Solar, he will lose the entire army. The Ling Bane, the Hydras. And Bjorn, he has to commit. He has to keep going. Now is not the time to slow down. We'll take down an expansion, which is good, but he needs more. He is all in at this point. Takes down a base. Solar needs more time to rebuild. Hydras trickling out. At the same time, Lurkers, they get across the map. They bust into the mineral line. Bjorn trying to defend at the same time. We'll clean up those Lurkers, but Solar, he just has to buy time. That's all he has to do, just buy time. Catch reinforcements and rebuild. Nice concave though. Bjorn, he does fight the army. Takes down the Infestor. And again, Bjorn, he has to keep going. Just send it, Pappy, send it. The Fungal, oh my god, the flanking Fungal. Massive connections. Bane's they crash in. Bjorn caught with his pants down. And Bjorn, he plummets in supply. Oh, that was a brutal Fungal. And Solar, with that one Fungal growth, with that one Infestor, the Infestor, it's still there. He will hold. He will hold, he forces back the army, getting into the mineral line, and it looks like we are forcing the ace match. Another Fungal connection. GG gets called. And Solar and the Fungals, they tie the series 1-1. We're going to game 3. GG. GG, well played. We are going to the ace match. A very intense game and a very intense finale to the game as well. As Bjorn, he was kind of snowballing out of control there. He was able to find a better fight, but again, time was working against him. He had to send it then and there, and Solo was able to shut him down just in time. And with that, we're now getting into game number 3. Getting into the ace match here. Hopefully I don't get left behind. No shot. Oh. Wait. We're trying to get in. There we go. Jesus. It's so tense. It is not uncommon for players to start without casters, so we're all just trying to find a way in. We made it, we made it. Whew. Now we're going to the ace match. Let's go. I need to win some imaginary points, but the points are very real, Papi. What do you mean? Este Nish. Good morning. Buenos dias. Ay, ay, ay. As we're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, being forced into the ace match in a very intense game. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player representing Team Falcons, tying up the series and forcing the ace match. Can he bring it home? It is Solar. Let us go. Ooh, and again, a very intense game 2 there on Whispers of Gold, but now we're loading into almost the exact opposite of Whispers of Gold. We're loading into Abyssal Reef, a very large map. A lot of bases can be taken as well, a lot of expansions, and a lot of room between yourself and your opponent. As a result, you can be quite greedy on Abyssal Reef. I mean, we saw that last game or last series between herO versus Rogue. If you missed out, I do recommend the VODs. But herO, once he gained map control, he just very quickly rushed into Skytoss, and Rogue could not stop him from rushing tech-wise into that late game army. It's a little bit more difficult to pull that off in TVZ. It's not quite the same, but similarly though, we could see some more greedy builds.
Game paused.
As it looks like we do have a bit of a pause here. Hopefully everything's okay. As looks like we have some latency going on. Who's lagging? Bjorn's lagging. Bjorn's like, it's not me. So I was like, nah, it's you. The banter, Papi. The banter. Let's go. Bjorn's in denial. So we're going to be waiting out the latency, waiting out the lag, and hopefully things clear up and then we can jump back. Oh, as Bjorn is lagging out. Yeah. Yeah, as you can see here. So Bjorn is lagging out on us, unfortunately. So if he does lag out and if he does leave the game, then we will remake. We will remake the game. It's all good. But yes, confirmed. Solo will win. Yes, yes. Feels Korean internet, man. Aye, aye, aye. Name and shame. Bjorn, are you with KT or SKT? Who is it? Korean Telecom or South Korean Telecom? Aye, aye, aye. So, unfortunately, looks like we might remake the game and we'll slow us down a little bit, but it's all good. It's all good. We're more than happy to wait for Bjorn. More than happy. Here we go. I love Bjorn, but bro's been in denial since the Reaper nerf. Kappa, Kappa. I mean, you say that, but Bjorn, he shaped the meta last year, even leading into 2023, actually, end of 2022, if you remember, with the 2-Rax Reaper opener in TVZ. With 2-Rax Reaper, which became meta last year, so... Is he in denial, or does he see something we don't? What we can say for certain is that he's lagged out, so... That's what we can say for certain, so we're gonna have to wait for Bjorn to return to us. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. Hopefully it isn't like, you know, like a tower nearby has fallen and now he has no internet and he has to play like on his 5Gs and turn on his phone. Fun fact, I've casted on my phone internet before, like in a similar scenario where the internet goes down and the show must go on. So hopefully that isn't the case, but thank God. as we do have our lobby, and hopefully Bjorn will join us soon. No, it's Solar Cab. But yeah, Bjorn, he's asking for a minute to make sure everything's okay. You know, Bjorn probably just closing his tabs, making sure Steam isn't downloading anything in the background. Oh my god. Bjorn and Solar, calm down. Jesus. They're so brutal to each other. Solar's like, Bjorn is asking to rewind 10 seconds before the lag out. And Bjorn's like, shut up. Oh god. They just at each other's throats, Baffy. Oh my god. Here you go, we're settling in. Can PC so bad? True. Even Bjorn agrees. Hangy. New PC, please. And here we go. We're getting into this and spawning in the bottom right hand corner. We have, you know, we're getting back into intros. We have Bjorn, we have Solar, of course. We already had our intros, and we're settling into the ace match. Oh boy. We're settling into the ace match. Bjorn, his salary is being added. 20k a month. Ay. Get a new PC. Cab. As from here, Bjorn is going for his own Racks Expand, Economic Opener, or Standard Opener, I should emphasize. I like how Solar's like translating, but Solar's been trolling quite a bit this series, so it's possible that he's mistranslating as well, just for fun. It's like Bjorn, he types in Korean, and Solar's like, oh yeah, you know, Bjorn, he's saying yeah, he's gonna forfeit if he lags out. Meanwhile, Bjorn is saying like, oh, I'm gonna like switch to my phone internet if I have to or something, it'll be fine. And so I was like, yeah, there's just no other option. Yeah, he says he's just gonna forfeit. In fact, he relinquishes his prize money to me as well. Can confirm. I mean, we have to, yeah. Who else can we trust? Este Solar. As now, Bjorn gets across the map, dipping between bases. Bjorn also said that Terran is Imba and that Zerg needs to be buffed. Bjorn has laid claim to that statement. He actually believes that the Reaper should be nerfed as well, because he likes them nerfed. Okay, Solar. We trust you. Let's go. So now we're just settling. We're just earning up. Saturating bases. In all seriousness, I hope that Bjorn's internet is okay. Hope his internet is okay, and hope it is stable enough to actually play out not just this series, but if Bjorn does advance on to the next round, I hope that it's stable. Ooh, I did notice a lag spike. Yeah, I'm noticing some lag spikes here, which is unfortunate. I mean, that's not the way that we want the series to end, especially because like Bjorn and Solar, they've been so intense and it's been so back and forth this entire series. It's been a good series. We missed out on game one, but even game one was a banger as well. So fingers crossed. Cross your Ethernet cables. Donate some of your data to Bjorn. Donate, so we can hold on. As Bjorn, he does take down the tumor. Nicely done. Snipes the tumor. Backs up. Behind this time not going at Hellion Banshee, but going into Hellion Faster Sim and going for Liberators instead. Essentially, Bjorn, this time he will refuse to go for the add-on swap, which means faster Sim timing or more heavier bio commitment earlier on, as Stim is already on the way, and he's going for a lighter form of aggression with Hellion Liberator. So Bjorn is moving out. Overlord comes in for a scout, so does get eyes on the 1-1-1. And we'll confirm Stim being researched. So now Solo knows that there's no Cloak Banshee. There are no Banshees. Spores are getting in position here to defend against the Liberators. Spore in the natural. Queens are building up. Also, if you're curious, Nish, I did read your comment and I chose not to give it any attention. You're an animal, Nish. You're an animal. Aye, aye, aye. Iceland isn't even here. Well, what's going on? Not like this. As Vianney pokes in, denying creep. Rotating towards the third. Likewise, liberating to the main. So far, Soul is keeping up. Diverting some of the attention. One queen goes down. Not a bad pickup. Likewise, Hellions, they bust into the mineral line. They try to bust in. Decent position. Link's getting roasted, but last the drones do survive. And Solar, he will defend. Will cost him all the Lings, but again, the Hellions, they get one drone, just the one. They're going to be forced out. Solar has held. And again, that was a big commitment here by Beyond. Beyond throwing away every single Hellion and the Banshee, sorry, and the Liberator as well. This means that Solar can drone. He can drone freely, take a fourth base, saturate his bases, focus on teching, focus on droning. The aggression has subsided. Solar did make a wave of Lings here early on to defend. Now he has to make use of it. Does move out. 4 CC on location. Beyond, calm down. Jesus. 4 CC on location. Very greedy move here by Beyond. Can he get away with it? Lings, they do hit the third. Solo going for the fourth. Ooh, but so far Beyond's in position. He does hold. Again, very greedy move here by Beyond. I mean, you rarely see 4 CCs on location like this, but we are on Abyssal Reef, as we mentioned before. Very large map, very defendable 4 and 5 base setup. We mentioned this before, but very often we see the late game here on Abyssal Reef just because of how defendable, how fortifiable you are on a 5 base setup. And Beyond is getting there. Is getting there. As Beyond moves out with a double drop. Solo likewise setting up his own fourth. Drop comes in. Busts into the mineral line. Ooh, the Lings having a hard time engaging here behind those minerals as well. Yeah, the terrain is brutal. The Queens, they get choked up, and Beyond trades quite well for himself. Does deny a lot of mining time, gets 2 drones. The medevacs, they do get away in time, just barely. They do back off, they get away, they get another Overlord. Nice trades here by Beyond. No major damage, but damage nonetheless. With that, Beyond still being active. Ooh, medevac does fall. Nice pick off here. Solar, he snipes the medevac, taking it to Hive already. Getting us around and catching the Marines. And not a bad surround, not a bad catch. Behind this, Solar getting to his own 5 bases. Hive is on the way, embracing his upgrades. Beyond is being active with his army, but mainly with draw play. Like, these aren't committed move outs. This isn't committed aggression here by Beyond. Solar is keeping up. Solar getting in position. Dropping on the high ground. The Queens are exposed, and the Queens are taking a lot of hits at the back up. Likewise, drop towards the north. Solar having just a really awkward time engaging here. Yeah, Solar, he has knocked down those rooks. Beyond rotating in, takes down a Queen. Gets 2 drones. Looking to get even more workers. Meanwhile, Solar, he defends his natural. He's holding on. Watermine gets baited out. So he will try to collapse it. Oh, Mind Shield goes off. Nice connection. Decent connections here by Beyond, but finally he's going to be forced back. As the Mind Shield, they continue. Good mind connections once again. Oh my god, they get dragged into the army. Into the Link Bane. Beyond takes the supply lead. Does take a lead in supply. Ooh, bleeding out Marines though to the Hydras. Hydras are in position. Solo trying to hold on, but again, just having a hard time trading. Oof. What am I saying here with Hydras? Overseers gets harder down. Finally, the drop is denied. Solo's holding, but at the same time, Beyond coming in with now his main army. This entire time, he was building up. Yeah, cutting his way through towards the 5th. Solo, he needs time to respond. And that is a brutal minefield that is set up. Solo trying to surround, but with not too much. Oh, the drags, the mine shots. Oh my god. Forcing friendly fire. Solo barely holding on. No Overseers though, no detection. Overseers are on the way. Vipers have arrived. Solo, he barely holds on. You can see Solo plummet in supply. And we'll see if Beyond can make use, if he can make use of these Widow Mines. Can he reinforce in time? Protection has arrived. Yeah, most of the Widow Mines go down. All the Widow Mines actually. Beyond unable to save them. And Beyond, he does trickle in. Doesn't really have much of an army here, but he does deny the expansion. Denies the hatchery. Coming in with a secondary army once again towards that cliff base. Solo just having such a hard time defending this location. And time and time again, Beyond abusing this. I just do respond. Beyond still maxed out, still just pulling Solar apart. It's one of those things that when Beyond had control of this expansion, he wasn't killing workers, but he was denying mining. He was denying the economy. And Solar has been struggling. And Solar still up against the wall. No lurker, just purely Hydra-ling Bane. He lunges in. But Hydras, they can't trade against Bio, not like this. And Hydras are going down. Expensive losses here for Solar. Mine just going up. Reinforcements have arrived, and Beyond is breaking through. He's breaking Solar at this point. Solar barely hanging on. Drop here once again towards that cliff face. Getting 6 drones. Solo lunging in, but doesn't quite get the medevac. Doesn't quite get it. Beyond still maxed, and yeah, just over time, he's just outscaling Solar here. Just far too much damage, just one after the other. Losing bases, losing workers, denied the expansion. And Beyond has just been out trading Solar for the majority of this game. It's been crazy. The lurker's now coming. It's too late. Yeah, far too late. GG gets called. Ghost not even required here as Beyond, he snowballs out of control. He will take the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Who needs Ghost? Who needs internet as well? As Beyond was even lagging out, but again, a lot of it did come down to the drop play here, especially towards the left-hand side. Took so long for Solo to clean it up, and again, Solo wasn't losing drones, but he was being denied a base. He was being denied an entire base of mining. Because of that, Beyond, he was able to excel him when it comes to producing the army. Not just that, but was out trading him as well for most of that engagement, and did over time just overwhelm. Did overwhelm. GG, well played. Beyond will take the series, and now we're getting ready for our next match. Oh, getting ready for the semifinals. For the lower semifinals. So Beyond will advance on a face-off against Clem in a TVT. Meanwhile, we are focusing on our own ZVP on herO versus Shin. So I need a moment to set things up and get things going. Here we go. Here we go. We are getting into our next series, into our semifinals. Let's go. Again, Clem versus Beyond is going to be held after this series, so we're going to be covering one semis and the other, then the grand finals thereafter. We'll get there. We will get there. But we did end up missing that quarterfinals match. Shin took down Classic 2-0, and now we have our first semis of the night. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. We'll fix up his logo, don't you worry. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Get your gamma going. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat as we settle into our best of 3. Let's go. And again, great to see Shin doing well here in this tournament. If you were here for it over the weekend, Shin did struggle in the group stage of Masters Coliseum, but Shin has also been taking some time off. Shin, he was very much so less active over the past 2 weeks, specifically the last 2 weeks. Shin wasn't as active in online tournaments like WardiTV Monday, like Pegasaur Monday, Nation Turtle Tussle. The online tournaments have been missing Shin for, again, only a handful of weeks, but it does mean that he's been a little bit less in form, and that was shown during the Master Coliseum group stage. But now he's here to redeem himself. And so far he's done well. Has done well for himself, advancing on to the semifinals in such a fashion to take down both Classic and Shameless. But now he's up against his ex-teammate and a good friend. He's up against herO. Again, if you don't follow them on social media, I do recommend it. But on Instagram, people like Shin, herO, Bunny, they do post from time to time whenever they do go out and do meet up outside of the game. A lot of these like ex-teammates are now good friends, so it's always great to see them interacting outside the game. So a lot of the ex-CJ Entus boys do interact. Players like herO, Shin, Bunny, alongside some of the other ex-CJ players, they do hang out, they do meet up outside of the game. Very similar with the X-Prime players, referring to Creator, Byun, Maru as well. They do meet up, they're all good friends outside of just StarCraft. It's always fun to see. Always fun to see. As for now, we're settling in. Are going to be settling in. Hatch gas full, standard opener out of Shin. Meanwhile, herO just going for his gate expand. Now, we did feature herO earlier today in a series against Rogue, and he had a very dynamic series, very unorthodox as well. We saw like a Phoenix opener in Game 2 against Rogue, which was crazy. Game 1 against Rogue did not work. We saw a Phoenix opener into a 2-1 blink timing. We also saw a standard opener into +1 Glaive Adepts into a 3-base all-in into an 8-gate, which was crazy as well. So herO has been mixing it up, at least today. We'll see if he does that against Shin as well. We'll see if he does spice things up. For the time being, Adept does get across the map, trading with the Lings. It's going to be a Stargate opener here out of herO. Stargate into what? Oracle, Void Ray, or Phoenix. Going to be Oracle first. So far, so good. Standard setup here by herO. Is going for that Oracle. You want herO shading across the map. Will commit. Shaving off some Lings. 2 Adepts, they can one-shot drones. And they're making their way into the mineral line. Boys being pulled away. Oh! You get pulled away. So far, 1 drone going down, just the 1. Oh, gets 2. 2 drone kills, not bad. Bearing in mind, there is no WCS game hard, so we have to count the worker kills. 3 drone kills. 3 workers for 2 adepts. That's an okay trade here for herO. It's okay. It's okay. Not ideal. Does trade. Does force out Lings. Does force a bit of chaos. And here comes the Oracle follow-up. The Oracle does move out, gets 2 drones, but the Spore is done! Oh, the Spore is done, and the Oracle gets punished. Massive pick-off. Shin shuts herO down. Again, nowadays, the Spore has to be respected. The Spore was buffed and does so much more damage here to the Oracles. So herO gets punished. Behind this, Twilight Council before 3rd base. This screams Glaive Adepts, but because it's herO, this could also be fast blink into a more aggressive blink timing. So we'll keep an eye on the Tech Lab here, on the Twilight Council, on the Tech. If this was any other player, I would say Glaive Adepts. And I'm still leaning towards Glaives, but we'll keep an eye on herO. We'll see what he does embrace. Does he do something more standard or something more herO? 3rd base not being taken. What do you have for us? What do you got? Adepts are warping in. And it is Glaives. Okay, he's sane. It is going to be Glaive Adepts. herO is committed upon losing the Oracle, upon his 3rd base being delayed here. He needs to get a lot of damage done. As here comes the 2nd wave of Adepts, he should be having more waves behind this as well to embrace that upgrade, to embrace Glaives. this move out. They commit to the shade. They get surrounded. Oh, not ideal here. Queen's a waddle in as well. They turn away the Oracle. Oracle taking a lot of hits. One shot away from going down. And Shin is holding. Shin, he's holding on. There's a lot of pressure on herO. Overlord Scout is denied. Checking the vision. Shin, he has not confirmed the gateways. Have not confirmed the tech. Does not know what's going on. He knows at least that the third base is late, and we do have a Roach one to respond. So Shin is heading into Roach tech. Lings, they get a surround. Nicely done. They lock down another Adept. But more Adepts are amassing. Glaives is almost done for herO. Adepts, they get spotted. That tells Shin, of course, not to drone, to mass up more Lings and Roaches. He's already gotten up to 3 base saturation, almost. Up to 61 drones. herO, he does threaten a dive. Doesn't quite make it in, though. So far, nicely done. Shin, he does fully wall off. A fully walls, he buys time. The wall, it gets broken. herO trying to bust in. But Shin, he's bought enough time for Roaches to pop out. And so far, Shin is handling this well. Does handle this well. 3 drones are fallen so far. Adepts, they do shade in towards the natural. We give it to the shade. Drones are going down. Late reaction by Shin. Yeah, much later reaction. Drones are falling left and right. He was defending well initially, but now up to 14 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. Finally, herO, he finds the damage he's been looking for. Shading back into the main. But the Queens are in position, forcing a recall. But more Adepts are coming. Adepts, they keep coming. They keep moving out. Behind this, double Robo for double Immortal production. Again, herO, he knows that Roaches are massing up. He needs an answer for the Roaches. He needs some kind of answer. He shades in, trying to buy time. He's going to lose every single Adept. And how many Roaches are there? 13 Roaches. The Queens are moving out as well. That's going to be Overlord Speed on the way. And Shin is going for an all-in. He's going for the all-in. He has lost far too many workers. He cannot macro out of this. It's all or nothing for Shin. The German taxi, it's coming. We're loading in. We're loading into the German taxi. The Overlords are moving out. Overlord Speed just now finishes. herO trying to knock down those towers. Trying to knock down the tower. It will stay standing though. Shin has arrived. No shield batteries. Shield batteries are not ready. Queens dropping on top of the army. Creep being spread. One Oracle goes down. All the Immortals, they do pop out. But there's not much support. Not much support on the ground. Stasis trap gets... Oh no, it finishes! Stasis trap completes! Stasis goes off. Boys are being pulled. Shield battery does survive. The Immortals are going ham on the Queens. And can herO hold on? Can he survive the all-in? The Vials! The Vials, they do graze the army. First Immortal falls, second Immortal as well. 2 more pop out. But it looks like Shin has done it. He has broken through. Vials, they once again connect with the Immortals. And herO, he has almost nothing left. He's down to 4 Stalkers. Down to 3. Down to 2. 2 Stalkers left. GG gets called. And Shin, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. We'll take a lead in the series. Again, herO, a very kind of weird game, actually. Initially, herO, he did overextend and he didn't do enough damage. He lost the Oracle, he lost the Adepts, and herO, he was forced into his own aggression, if you remember. That's why herO chose to delay his third base. He went into Glaives, into Glaive Adepts, and he did do a lot of damage, right? He did do a lot of damage with those Glaive Adepts. He was able to wreak havoc and cripple the economy, and he forced the all-in. Unfortunately, herO wasn't ready for the all-in, wasn't ready for the game state that he had forced out of Shin. Shin, of course, he went down to, I want to say, like 43 drones, basically 2 base saturation, but he committed here so quickly into that German taxi. Overlord Speed was on the way, and Shin did overwhelm. GG. GG, well played. Again, very nice adaptation there by Shin, and herO needed a little bit more time to finish up those shield batteries and to get his immortal count in a more healthy game state. Did need a little bit more time. Didn't quite get there. And with that, we're now embracing game 2. Let us go. Just making sure we get everyone involved. And we're getting into game 2. And I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a back and forth. As always, we want the most out of these players, but the pressure is now on herO. And we're loading into a much more smaller map, a much more open map. We're loading into Whispers of Gold. Let's go. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming down in the series. The pressure is on to force that ace match. It is herO. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Kaiman Gladiators, leading the series 1-0. It is Shin. We go. Again, Shin barely having enough to force that game and to make that all in work. Again, Shin, he was so quick to invest into Overlord speed and to kind of admit his fate, that things were not going well for him, that he had to go into an all-in himself to have a chance in that game. And to just barely pull the trigger, to just barely pull it off. And we do see Shin going for a 15-15. Sorry, I should say 15 hatchery here into an earlier pool. Delayed gas. Interesting. So as a result, link speed is going to be slightly more delayed than usual here for Shin by a couple of seconds. And herO back at home, he does confirm the more later gas, getting to his own gate expand. Now we can calm things down and settle in. Now, as a reminder, when it comes to herO's choice to go into Glaive Adepts, it did seem like more of a reaction just because of how poorly the early game went for him with the Adepts and with the Oracle going down as well. It was quite successful, but now we're loading into Whispers of Gold, a shorter rush distance by ground, very aggressive map as well. I should say your third base is much more vulnerable on this map, so you can be more aggressive and you can be more successful as a result. So I expect herO to take a bit of a safer approach this time. We'll see. We shall see. So now we have our tech of choice, going to be a Stargate opener once again for herO. Stargate into Oracle, I would imagine. We'll keep an eye on him. As we mentioned before, in herO's series against Rogue, we saw herO embrace a Void Ray opener. We saw him go into a Phoenix opener at one point as well. Is it willing to mix it up? That's why we love him. Always willing to be a little bit more quirky at times. Always is willing. And so now we do settle in. It is going to be the Oracle first. So Oracle opener out of herO. And Shin back at home just droning. Just droning, just saturating. Establishing himself. herO committing to the shade, does move into Adepts. Does move in. To Adepts, they can one-shot workers. They can. The boys are being pulled. Not enough wings. And drones are going to go down. Ooh, getting up to, I want to say 2. Yeah, 2 drones do fall. 2 drones to 2 Adepts. That is a better trade for Shin. Shin does outtrade. Likewise, Oracle towards that natural. But Shin, so far, he does deflect. Does hold. Shin is holding. Forcing herO back. Third base under fire. And once again, the opener here has been a little bit lackluster for herO, but thankfully he's not done, right? He still has his oracles. He's got 2, soon to be 3 oracles out on the map. herO can still very much so be active. As he does threaten the third. Forcing out the queens. Queens so far are keeping up. Behind this, we do have a Twilight Council on the way. We should soon be seeing a Forge. Double Oracle towards the natural. Getting on the drone. 2 extra drone kills so far. Where's the Forge? No Forge yet out of herO, which means we could be seeing early Blink. I know we saw a similar setup last game from herO where he went into Glaive at Eps, but here I'm leaning more towards Blink this time. We'll keep an eye on him though. Glaives is still very much so a viable option for herO. What's it gonna be? Blink or Glaives? Twilight Council is done. And it is gonna be Blink. Yeah, it is gonna be Blink this time from herO. Again, the reason for this is because the Twilight Council was later this time, much later than the previous game. So he's going for early Blink into an earlier Gateway Explosion. He's got a 4-gate setup, sorry, a 5-gate setup. And I will not be surprised if herO does not take gases here at the third. We'll keep an eye on the third base. We'll see if he takes gases or not. We'll see if herO goes for up to 8 gates. If so, we could just see a 3-base all-in with just mass Blink Stalker, as already he's going up to 6. 6 gateways for herO, 4 in the main, 2 at the natural. Well, we need 2 more. Or of course they do threaten another dive, getting 2 more drones. Lings move out, but herO, he already shaded back. Does maintain the adepts. Cancels the shade, pushes forward. Stalkers are warping in. The 6-gate setup is finishing up. herO denies the 4th, very nicely done. Denies the 4th expansion. Pulls back. And here come those Stalkers. And remember, Blink is finishing so much earlier than a standard game, I should say. And here he wants those queens! And the base, and the expansion. He wants them. He's gonna get 1 at least. Oh, I say that. Queen barely does escape. Does deny the expansion. 4th base goes down. Clutch transfuse. The Lings, they dive in, but here come the Oracles. Here come the Adepts with support. The Queens are trying to hold their own. 1 Queen goes down. He gets 1. He gets 2. And can he break Shin here and now? Stasis goes off. Decent stasis. Let's catch a handful of Lings. Another stasis behind this. Lings are running out. Queens are exposed. And again, Shin, he did cut Roach production. The Queens, oh, they move men forward. GG gets called. Every Queen goes down, and herO ties up the series at 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a very powerful, very strong Blink timing there for herO. Blink finishing up earlier than normal, of course, and here he had a nice setup for that Blink Stalker move out. Likewise, Shin was cutting corners. Shin, he skipped Roach production. He had Roaches, that is true, but he had no Roaches with his main army, only Ling Queen, and even then had a very low Ling count as well. And we spoke earlier about how aggressive you can be on Whispers of Gold. It is a much smaller map, much shorter rush distance by ground. The bases are exposed, and herO took full advantage of that. Behind that, here he was throwing down 3 more gateways, so he was going for that 8-gate setup on 3 bases, was basically almost going for a 3-base all-in, was gearing up towards it, but didn't even need it, as Shin did crumble to the first move out. Did crumble then and there, and now we're going all the way to Game 3, the ace match. Let's go. We're going to the ace match, and now we're going to be loading into ley lines. So this is a little bit different here to Whispers of Gold. Once again, short rush distance by ground, comparable rush distance to Whispers of Gold, but the bases are more defendable. Here on ley lines, you have ramps coming to the 3rd, ramps coming into the 4th base as well. So you do have that high ground, you do have these concaves available to you, so it is a little bit easier to defend those fringe bases. So we'll see if we can slow the game down and embrace a longer back and forth. So we're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Green Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. Here we go. But again, a very decisive build here from herO in that last game. Did catch Shin unaware with his pants down. Shin was caught off guard, and now we're embracing that final game. We're loading into ley lines. And again, as we mentioned, we have these ramps, a ramp coming into the 3rd, likewise a ramp coming into the would-be 4th base as well, or at least the center base. So it can be a little bit more difficult to be as aggressive. So I don't expect the same build this time from herO. I expect something different. I wouldn't be surprised if herO goes for a more standard setup instead. referring to Stargate into Oracle into a third, into Forge and Twilight Council. Later Blink, but faster +1 into the mid game. That's what we expect out of herO, but we'll see. Again, here he's known for doing his own thing, more often than not. Being more aggressive, coming up with his own builds, is the herO we know and love. So far, just Gate Expand, standard start. Likewise, Shin, Hatch, Gas Pool. Standard opener out of Shin as well. This time, no 15. Or no Extractor Trick, I should say. So we do embrace our ace match. And again, this could go either way. We have seen both herO and Shin excel in WardiTV Mondays in the past. They're both champions, I believe. Either one would be a good opponent for either Bjorn or Clem in those finals, but there can only be one. Only one, Pappy, only one. We at least have a Terran confirmed for the finals, but only one Protoss Zerg. Only one. Meanwhile, there's our take of choice. Going to be a Stargate opener here out of herO. Initially Stargate. If you recall, I believe the last time we saw herO on this map against Rogue earlier today, herO did open up Void Ray. Did open Void Ray, hunted down the Overlords. Oh, wait, no, my apologies. This was the game where herO opened up Phoenix. That's it. Did hunt down the Overlords, but with Phoenixes instead. It was a very unorthodox build. It didn't work. herO, it was game 1 versus Rogue, where herO, he went Mass Phoenix into Blink Stalker, and as a result, herO, he was kind of caught off guard. Shin, when he realized what was going on, Shin, he cancelled his Roach Warren, and he went into Ling Hydra. Then he hit a very strong Ling Hydra timing at the 4th base, and herO was caught out without any splash damage. Because he was invested into Phoenixes, he just didn't really have any time or any resources to spare to invest into either Colossus or Storm at the time. But that's neither here or there, because this time, Oracle open. Oracle, not Phoenix. So it's going to be Oracles here by herO, standard start. With this, he can move out across the map, scout, and deal some economic damage, adept at threatening shades, and just keeping tabs on Shin. Making sure there's no early gases, no early tech, no early lair, no early shenanigans. This herO is holding his own. Adepts, they don't quite commit this time. Two Adepts, they can one-shot workers, but herO doesn't want to throw them away. Shin, he has plenty of Lings. Tumor's getting shut down. herO does take down both active Tumors. Nicely done. Rotates over towards the 3rd. It will deny mining time. And once again, trying to make sure that Shin is indeed droning up as well. His workers are now popping out. herO now reinforcing with a 2nd, soon to be a 3rd Oracle. 3rd base is being taken. So far, so good. And here he dives on the Queens. He gets one. One Queen goes down. Adepts a shade towards the natural. Ling's not quite in position, and drones are falling. Yeah, nice moves here by herO. Gets a Queen, gets 2, gets 3 drones. Can he get 4? Oh, barely not. But 3 drones and a Queen. Not a bad trade here from herO whatsoever. He does save all of his Oracles, and his 3rd base is safe and sound. I say that, but Shin will move out. He's going for a big counterattack. We'll see if he can threaten that 3rd, or at least force herO back home. As herO, he consolidates his Oracles. 3rd base, we have 2 Adepts. And here he's relatively safe. And behind this, Twilight Council and Forge, standard follow-up here, +1 on Blink on the way. herO does dive into the natural, no Queens in position. Gets another drone. Gets another worker. herO, he spots the Lings. And Shin has +1 melee on the way. This tells us that Shin is going to be skipping Roaches and most likely embracing Ling Hydra. He's going to be embracing Ling Hydra. herO keeping tabs on Shin. Tech is now done, and we should be seeing that tech of choice. Again, is it going to be Charge or Blink? Should be Blink, but keep an eye on herO. Oh, never mind. It's going to be Charge. I do like this here. So Charge lot, I should say Charge Archon Storm. This specific army composition can punish a player that does decide to skip Roaches. And thankfully, Shin does throw down a later Roach Warren, a safety Roach Warren, if you will, here at the 3rd. So he has access to Roaches, but if he doesn't make any, then he is vulnerable. So we'll see if he does invest. Here he rotates over towards the would-be fourth. Ooh, we'll lose one of the oracles. At the same time, Shin threatening a dive, but hero's in position and hero does defend. Yeah, fully walls off. Oracles, they back off. These were better trades for Shin, bearing in mind he did snipe one of the oracles. And here he's working on that big charge Archon timing. He's getting there. +1, charge, Temple Archives, that's going to be for Archons and Storm. As you can imagine, Storm and Archons, they just annihilate Lingbane Hydra. Speaking of, there's that Hydrogen on the way. As we did mention, there is that safety Roach Warren, but Shin has no intention of investing into Roaches if he doesn't need to. So no Roaches whatsoever, not yet. His Lings, they did get eyes on the army. He saw the Zealots, so he should be aware of charge. And it's going to be up to Shin to take up into Lurkers. Lurkers is going to be that big power spike for Shin if he can get there. So far, Shin, I believe he has skipped his Baneling Nest. Yeah, no Baneling Nest yet. Decent engage by Shin. Catching out some of those Zealots. The rest of the army does catch out the Queens, though. Yeah, Queens are exposed. Very nice force fields. He's going to get one, potentially up to two, but the Hydras have popped out, and herO, he's getting surrounded. Gets 3 Queens, just barely, but was that worth it? He's going to lose everything. Oh my god, herO, he will lose most of his army back at home. He doesn't really have much to work with, and Shin can counterattack. That was a big overextension by herO. What is there at home to defend? There's one Adept. One Adept, 2 High Templar. Storm is not done. It's only halfway. herO needs more time. He needs more time. Shin has arrived. The High Templar are exposed. herO distracting Shin. It works. Shin, he turns around. Turns around, keeping up with the Prism. This third base was so vulnerable, but Shin gets distracted. And herO, he's buying time. He's trying to buy as much time as possible. Shin wanted to move out, but alas, has been kept busy. And herO holds. So far, he is holding on. Still a very, very fragile army, though, is what I will say. herO doesn't really have much of a buffer for his forces. But Storm is done. Storm is now done. herO pushing in. Getting some of the expansion. Shin likewise trying to collapse in with Ling Hydra. Storm popping off. Massive storm on the Lings. Expansion goes down. Another storm pops off. Stage traps as well. And herO, he takes down the expansion. Now we can back up. He can back up from here. Oh, he's going to commit. Never mind. He is committing instead. herO going for a delayed 4th base. 4th base has now been thrown down, but he wants to go for the kill. Catching out the Queen. Stays trapped, but about to run out. herO, he has 1 Storm. Doesn't want to waste it. Storm goes up. Graces the army. I believe that was the final Storm. Oh, that's a kill. No, cancel the expansion. And Shin, he does step forward. He wants to try to shut down this army here and now. Oh, we'll catch out some of the High Templar. Nice juggling here out of herO. Ooh, Archon does fall. And Shin, he's committed. He is committed at this point. He's trying to chase us down. Alas, herO, he escapes. More High Templar, they come in to reinforce. There is soon to be 4 Storms. And Shin, he can't chase this down. Morphian Lurkers trying to reestablish his 4th base. Shin, he's behind in the economy, behind in bases. herO getting his own 4th up and running. And because of how aggressive herO is, he's just not allowing Shin to counterattack. Shin is stuck at home. And herO does overextend. The Oracles go down, which means no more stasis traps. That is concerning. No more stasis traps. Massive storm on the Hydras. Oh my god, the storms, they pop up. Oh my god. Shin, he does stay in the storms a little bit too long there. How many Lurkers does Shin have? He's up to 8. And with a high enough Lurker count, Shin will not be broken. But herO doesn't have to break Shin. Remember, herO, he has a 4th. And Shin does not. herO, he's up on bases. He's up on economy. herO doesn't have to kill. Just keep Shin back. And build up back at home instead. Shin just now reestablishing his 4th. herO going for a split push. Behind this, herO, he's taking up Fleet Beacon, Stargate. herO, he's trying to rush into Sky Toss. Is trying. We'll see if he can get there. Again, it feels like herO is playing on a knife's edge, because even though herO has certain advantages, because herO is teching like this into Sky Toss, like, he's not really reinforcing this army. Like, this army looks very vulnerable. Like, one wrong move, one bad fight, and herO will lose everything. So here he has to be very careful with this army. is very much so like a glass cannon. As he postures. Shin waiting for his upgrades. Both hive upgrades just now finished for Shin. Referring to adaptive talents and grew spines. herO pushing forward. Takes down one of the lurkers. Oh, he dives in! Oh my god. Does threaten the lunge, forces out 2 of their storms. There's, I believe, 3 storms left, soon to be 4. herO taking a 5th, so is Shin. Both players expanding. herO, he can rotate, he can deny that 5th base. Only 2 lurkers in position. Only 1. Here's army gets spotted. Shin, he wants to try to collapse on herO. Coming in for a flank, diving in the army. Ooh, doesn't commit. Respecting the storm. And herO backs off. Yeah, herO, he doesn't take his chances. The army is very low. High Templar as well. And Shin, he saves the 5th. Saves the 5th base. Shin is maxing out. Tempests are on the way. Mothership as well. herO needs more time. Well, as he does have 4 Tempests now. At the same time, lurkers, they counterattack. They hit the 3rd base. They're getting on top of the production. But the lurkers are all going to be cleaned up. Likewise, lurkers on the right hand side as well. Shin trying to pull herO apart. herO losing 1 High Templar. But the Tempest, they hold their own. Yeah, herO, remember, his win condition was just a buy time for his Sky Toss, and the Sky Toss is here. He soon have 6 Tempests. 6 Tempests and a Mothership. herO, he's reaching his final form. Late Spire out of Shin. Shin had no idea what was going on. He had no idea until it was too late. As a result, Corruptor production is heavily delayed. Likewise, upgrades for the Corruptors are also going to be very late as well. And can Shin survive? Can he hold? As herO, he's maxed. He's maxed out with a more ideal army. With Sky Toss, with Storm, with Immortals, Archons. This is what you want in the late game. And Shin's not there. Shin is being overwhelmed. The lurkers, they crumble. That's 3 lurkers going down. Cloak pops up. And the Tempest, they just have free reign. They just get free damage here on the army. And Shin just wasn't able to keep up. There were moments for Shin, definitely, where he could counterattack, but if you remember, it was all on herO to just buy time. To puff up his chest, even with a smaller army, and just buy as much time. It's also Massive Storm goes up. Oh my god, the storms! Yeah, they cripple the army. GG gets called, herO overwhelms, and herO will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very tense series here between herO and Shin. Even this last game was on a knife's edge as well. We were talking about it where herO took a lead, herO was ahead, and he took a risk. He took a big risk by, instead of reinforcing his army, instead of throwing down like a 2nd and 3rd Robo, going into Mass Immortal, Archon, Storm production, which is what you would usually do, herO, he did cut all of that, going and rushing into into Tempest, into Sky Toss. It was a risk. It was a risky move here out of herO. He was being active with the bare minimum with a very small army. He was able to pull it off. And in the end, he was able to get away with rushing into those Tempests. And once the Tempests were revealed, I mean, that was game. That was game then and there. Shin had no idea. He had no idea that herO was cutting corners that he was taking up. By the time he realized, it was too late. Was too late. GG, well played. But again, really impressive stuff there out of herO, because again, one wrong move, or if Shin was just a little bit more assertive, a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more active, then we could have seen a very different game state. Very different game state. As herO does advance on to the grand finals, and we are here to determine who will face off against him in those finals. Who's it going to be? As we're getting ready for that TVT. Up next on the channel, it's going to be Clem versus Bjorn in that Terran versus Terran. I'm assuming TVT, but recently Clem has been playing more Protoss against Terran. Again, TVT is Clem's weakest matchup. It's straight up. I mean, everyone has the weakest matchup, and TVT is the weakest matchup for Clem. We even saw that last week. If you missed out on the VODs, I do recommend them. They're on YouTube. We did cast Clem versus Ryung, and I mean, Ryung is known for his TVT. Like, he has some of the best TVT in the world. And Ryung, he defeated Clem in game 1 in TVT, and then Clem off-races Protoss. And Clem took the series. Like, he beat Ryung. And I'll always remember when we were in the lobby, and when Clem announced that he was switching to Protoss mid-series, ryung was very sad. He was like, oh no. He's like, I want to win, Bobby, just keep playing Terran. So Clem, he switched to Protoss, did take the series, and arguably Clem's PvT is better than his TvT, arguably. So we'll see if he does switch to Protoss here against Bjorn as well. Now, to be fair, ryung has scarier TvT than Bjorn, so, you know, maybe it's like a kind of like a last resort for Clem. It's possible. It is possible. As we're gearing up and getting ready. Speaking of, we have confirmation. We have confirmation. It's as we assumed. Again, Clem, his weakest matchup is TvT. So what do? Just avoid your weakest matchup. Just avoid it entirely. Clem is playing his main race, Protoss. Let's go. It's going to be a PvT. Game 1, Neon Violet Square. Whew. Let's go. Let's go. For those that maybe weren't watching Home Story Cup or the previous cast whenever we cover Clem playing Protoss, fun fact, if you do not know, Clem is the highest rated Protoss player in Europe. He even has a higher rating than MaxPax on the ladder, I should emphasize. This is on the ladder, like MMR wise. Is the best Protoss in Europe, and there's a reason why he's been trying to avoid TvT. And there's a good reason for it. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the French, usually Terran player, but switching to Protoss to avoid that TvT. For Team Liquid, it is Clem. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Will it go the way of Bjorn or Clem? And again, just in case people haven't seen Clem's Protoss before, it isn't like Clem isn't taking this seriously. If anything, Clem is taking this very seriously because, as I said before, his PvT is better than his TvT. Like, it is his stronger matchup. There's a reason why there's a reason why Clem has been competing more as Protoss, and there's a reason why he did play Protoss in Home Story Cup as well against Gumiho. After Clem lost against Gumiho with his Terran, he did switch to Protoss and did have more success. So there is a reason for that. It's very similar to Raynor, for example, where Raynor switches to Protoss and he avoids ZVZ. It's very similar. Where his PVZ is arguably stronger than Raynor's ZVZ. So a lot of players have been switching to Protoss to avoid specifically mirror matchups. Eba is the same. Eba, where he also avoids the mirror matchup and plays Protoss. So it's been something that's kind of rising in popularity over the years. Has been rising. He is the best Tulsa and Terran in Europe. Now only Zerg remaining. Exactly. We made this joke before where Clem, he has to master all 3 elements. He's almost there. Best Protoss and Terran in Europe. He is the avatar. Let's go. I mean, like, imagine, right? Like, imagine a player that, like, has strong enough Zerg, Terran, and Protoss to, like, play specific matchups in tournaments and avoid other matchups as well. Like, it's actually, like, it sounds terrifying. It sounds terrifying. Aye. Again, if they didn't like TvT, then just avoid it. If they don't like TvP, avoid that as well, right? Like, that sounds crazy. For now, though, we're settling in. We do have our initial opener here. Clem is going for a Twilight Council opener here out of our Protoss player. Likewise, even Skillus has been praising Clem's Protoss. For those of you that were here for the MC8 qualifiers for Master Coliseum, after Skillus qualified for Master Coliseum and defeated Solar, Skillus actually did give a shout out to Clem on social media, saying that he actually took one of Clem's builds, where Clem has been practicing PvZ, and Skillus did take one of those builds and did actually defeat Solar with it and qualified for Master Coliseum. So Clem obviously has been, because he's been laddering with Protoss, he's also been excelling at some of the other matchups as well. Against Zerg and against Terran. For now, though, is going for Blink. Likewise, back at home, we do have Bjorn going for a 1-1-1 into drop play. Now, as we settle into our game here, we're loading into Neon Violet Square. I should speak a little bit about the games themselves, about the matchup. But as we settle in, this is a very large map. This is the largest map in the map pool. Very large map. So as a result, we've seen a lot of late game. We've seen a lot of late game, a lot of longer game states here on Neon Violet Square. And I imagine that's where we're headed. Clem does take a faster third base. I believe 2-gate Blink. Yep, 2-gate Blink into a third. Macro economic build here by Clem. He's not going all in by any means, is opening up economically. Meanwhile, Clem, he does miss a drop. Does barely miss it. Medevac does slip into the main, and Clem is out of position. Is out of position. Marines, they slip in. And Clem, he's racing back home. Oh, no recall in the main. And this is already just popping off. Already popping off, getting up. Denying mining time. Not quite killing many probes. Good reaction here, good response by Clem, but he will lose 2. Lose 3 even. 3 probes go down. Likewise, Wouldn't here in towards the natural. Bjorn flexing his multitasking, flexing his speed here, trying to pull Clem apart. And that was good damage. Again, it didn't do any game-winning damage. There was no massive damage in the main base when it comes to the mineral line, but 3 probes and lost mining time this early on is pretty good nonetheless. Nice control there by Clem, pulling away. Ooh, 1 more probe goes down. 2 more probes. As Bjorn does target out as many workers as possible. Clem will hold, but in the end, that is going to be 5 probe kills and lost mining time in the main. Now, because Clem did open up 3 Nexus, he can recover, he can replace that, but Bjorn, good start. Better start here for Bjorn. Behind this, getting into his own 3-1-1 setup, into his upgrades, Stim, +1, combat shields. As Bjorn races back home with that medevac and gearing up for some more drop play before his eventual move out. Meanwhile, Clem has breathing room. Clem can recover, saturating his bases. Taking into charge, forward for +1. Looks like a very gateway heavy composition. Clem had a choice. He could either go into a faster robo into Colossus, or into this, into faster charge instead, into something more gateway heavy. So Clem is going to be delaying his splash damage. Meanwhile, Bjorn, he's moving out ahead of time. This is a very early move out for Bjorn, and this is where I am concerned for Clem. I'm sure that Clem, he's quite confident in his more standard play in PvT, but this is crazy here by Bjorn. Typically, a Terran player would wait until 7 minutes. They would wait an extra minute for the upgrades. But Bjorn, he moves out a minute ahead of time before any upgrades are even close to finishing. They're still a ways off, trying to catch the Protoss off guard. But last, Clem does notice, he does slow it down, and Bjorn pulls back. If these Stalkers weren't active, then Bjorn, he would have snuck up on this base and maybe even brought it down. It's just really aggressive moves here by Bjorn. Auto tard into the main. Double auto tard even. Getting a couple of probe kills, getting up to 4 probes. 4 probes go down. Bjorn, he pulls back. He's playing safe. He's waiting for the upgrades, thankfully. Waiting for Stim, +1, combat shields. Scan reveals the observer. Nice snipe here out of Bjorn. Does shut the observer down. And with the death of that observer, Bjorn is moving out with that drop. Sneaking out with that drop, establishing his third. Bjorn's still building up, throwing down extra Raxes. Getting his third CC. Clem still being active. He's looking for that drop play. He's looking for the move out. He's expecting it. And Bjorn doesn't give it to him. Bjorn, he backs off. He realizes how active Clem is being. So he just retreats. He retreats, gets his third, and just macros. So Bjorn is macroing up, being active with drop play, but more than anything, just staying back at home. And back at home, Clem is now taking towards his splash damage. But again, this was delayed. This was delayed here. In favor of charge lots, in favor of these warp-ins. Warp-ins that didn't really come into play. First Colossus in production. Bjorn moves out, he gets spotted. Likewise, drop into the main, but Clem is in position. This time, Clem is ready. Snipes a Marauder. Very nice. Takes down a Marauder. Denies a drop. 1 Stalker goes down. 2 Stalkers go down. That's big goes here by Bjorn. And again, Bjorn, he's not committing. He left his tanks at home. The tanks that were left at home, Bjorn is just gaining map control. He's just fighting for map control. Getting ready for a later move out. Hoping to force an overreaction out of Clem. As Clem, his 4th base is late. And I'm pretty sure a big reason for that is because how active Bjorn is being. Clem isn't confident enough to expand. As a result, the 4th base is delayed. Now it's being taken, but I mean, Beyond has the greater economy, which is terrifying in TvP. Typically, the Protoss wants to be up a base, and we're even on bases. So Clem is falling behind. He's falling behind. Beyond being active once again, rotating over. Clem out of position. Army gets spotted. Clem, does he turn around? He does. Ooh, he thinks about it. He recalls back home. Does recall in time. Colossus in position. No Stalkers though. The Stalkers, they were left across the map. Clem is trying to collapse in. Gonna be forced back. And nice anti-arm missile. Missile goes up. Zealous, they just crumble before this army, and the Colossus is exposed. Beyond, he will soon stem in. Going for the reinforcing Colossus. Clem trying to hold on. Stalkers, they race back home. They didn't get anything across the map. As Clem will lose one Colossi. 1-4 Stalkers, they come in from behind. They clean this up, and Clem holds. Whew. Clem, he will hold on. But Beyond, he was more than happy to trade. He traded out more of just really a bio army, got a Colossus, getting his own 4th base up and running. Beyond still maintains an army supply lead. Again, Beyond, he had the better economy, so we can afford to trade. Clem, less so. Clem is still on the ropes. Trying to be active. Soon as just be the best random, it's possible. It's possible. Clem pokes in, snipes the medevac. Has to pull out though. Does have to pull away. Yanni's holding his own. And again, Clem has just been having such a hard time reading how aggressive or how passive Beyond has been this game. Has been falling behind as a result. Beyond rotating over. Clem trying to keep up with the rotations. Zealot run by does. There's only one Zealot though across the map. Beyond pushing in. Gets onto the high ground. And Clem, he has to commit. He dives in. Takes out one of the tanks, takes out the other. Mine shot's going to be going off. And Beyond, can he quite get on top of the Colossus? He cannot. Yeah, better fight here, better engage for Clem. Shuts down the Colossus. Sorry, shuts down the tanks. Forces the army back. Takes out a medevac, takes out 2 medevacs. Oh my god, Clem. He takes a fight. Takes a very good fight. Maintains every single Colossi. He will lose most of his gateway army. But he shuts Beyond down. And Beyond, and no planetary here at the 3rd or at the 4th base. Only orbitals. And Clem, can he punish this? I mean, he's lacking reinforcements. He's lacking reinforcements. We need a prism. We need warp-ins. Warp prism's on the way. Without that prism, Beyond, he's able to hold on. He's buying time. But Clem is back in this. Again, that fight went heavily in favor of Clem. Now Beyond is up against the ropes. Again, this expansion is so wide open and so exposed. And without a planetary, like this was just so greedy for Beyond. It was insanely greedy. Now Clem thankfully has no storm, otherwise Beyond would be in trouble. Clem is taking into disruptors instead. Taking into disruptors, does force a cancel. Lackings are building up. Prism into the main. And the warp-in will complete. Clem came to the production. The CC under fire. It's getting very low. And it is started down. Massive pickup. Nova goes up, and Beyond, he's in a world of hurt. And again, Beyond, he had control of the early to mid game, but now everything has swung heavily in favor of Clem. Takes down the 4th and denied the 5th. Clem backing up. Clem has no reason to push in. He doesn't have to. He killed 11 SCVs. Did pull Beyond apart. And Clem just has to calm things down, build up his disruptor count, and max out. Likewise, Beyond is being active. DTs, they waddle across the map. They spot the main move out. Clem is getting ready. Shows those Novas. DTs, they do get into the mineral lines. SCVs are going down. And GG gets called. It's just too much to handle, and Clem will take a lead in the series. We'll take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played again. Best Protoss in Europe. Happy, let's go. It does take a lead in the series. Again, Beyond had so much momentum in this game. It was very impressive to see Beyond be hyper aggressive and even just fake out Clem time and time again. It was a very rough road to the mid game for Clem, but once Clem was able to take that one big fight, remember that moment when Beyond got behind the base, when he got on top of the ramp, on top of the cliff face, when he was within range of the mineral line with those tanks. Clem completely shut him down. A very, very strong fight for Clem, and everything swung in favor of Clem from then on forward. Likewise, Bjorn was also being really greedy, right? He was also being very greedy back at home when it came to avoiding any kind of planetary setup, any kind of defensive setup as well. I think that Bjorn was overconfident. I think because Bjorn had so much momentum, he felt really good getting into that kind of game state and felt like he could get away with cutting corners. He was punished for it. He was punished for it in the end. GG, well played. And now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. PvP finals, Kappa. As a reminder, Clem, he only plays Protoss against Terran. Only against Terran, right now at least, in competitive tournaments. So if he's up against herO in the finals, it'll be a TVP. Unfortunately. We have not reached the point where Clem's Protoss skills have surpassed his other matchups. Oh my god, meanwhile, Clem, he's switching it up. Okay, I was not expecting this. But on the smaller map, mate, there's so much to talk about. I like it. Here we go as we get into game number 2, and this is no longer a TVP. This is a TVT instead, spawning in the top left-hand corner. Oh, never mind. Okay. I thought it was intentional. I thought it was intentional. I guess not. Never mind. Clem, he accidentally picked the wrong race. He accidentally picked his off race. So we're gonna be switching back to his main race, back to Protoss. Yo, I was gonna glaze Clem so much for switching to Terran on Whispers of Gold. What I was about to get into was the fact that Whispers of Gold is a smaller map and a more aggressive map, and I would say that Terran is more favored on Whispers of Gold, especially a Terran player like Bjorn. So I was about to say, yo, switching to Terran on Whispers makes a lot of sense. But Clem's like, oh no, sorry, I just picked the wrong race. Okay, never mind. Never mind, Pappy, never mind. So Clem, he's committed. He's committed to Protoss. It was just a misclick that he switched to Terran. So we will remedy that. He's back to his main race. We're all good. Aye. And now we can talk about the map once we embrace game 2. Let's go. False alarm. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and recover here on Whispers of Gold. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopper Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the French Protoss player, usually Terran, but again, is switching to Protoss whenever he plays against another Terran player representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. I see in chat, does he not want to show his card / weakness in TVT? I mean, he doesn't want to lose. like if Clem wants to win, he's gonna play Protoss. I should reiterate that as well. Winding it back again, when we casted Clem against ryung, when Clem was losing that series against ryung, that's when he switched to Protoss. And you can see here against Bjorn, Clem doesn't even try to play game 1 as Terran. He just embraces pure Protoss. Just to reiterate, his PVT, you could argue is either better than his TVT, or you could argue that it's just a little bit more enjoyable than TVT. I would say it's just better though, currently. Like, it is Clem's weakest matchup, and I mean, you don't have to work on it, to be honest. True. Like in a tournament setting, you don't have to work on the TVT matchup. You don't want to play it, just avoid it, right? Makes sense. Does make plenty of sense. Avoid the TVTs. So from here, we are going to be settling in. Clem saving us from having to watch TVTs one series at a time. True. He's doing it for the people, Bob. He's doing it for the people. Again, Reddit, they cried out in despair. They were like, this is the Terran patch. We need a Protoss savior. And Clem's like, okay, I'll be your savior. I'll just play Pro. I'll just do it. True. Shout out to Clem. Aye. As we do have Bjorn opening up with an economic opener, going for a single gas opener into a Rax Expand here on the high ground, just to make sure he doesn't get disturbed, just so he doesn't get delayed. We mentioned before that the rush distance by ground is quite short on Whispers of Gold, so it makes sense for Bjorn to go for the high ground CC. He doesn't want to be delayed here. He doesn't want to have to deal with any kind of early game Adept harass or Stalker harass. Wants none of that, so a very safe start here by Bjorn. Now, as we get into our safe opener, I do want to reiterate what I was saying previously coming into game 1 about how aggressive you can be on this map, and I would not be surprised if Bjorn does go for more committed move outs, more committed tank based move outs even as well. For now though, 1-1-1. He's going for a 1-1-1 standard opener. This will be leading into drop play early on, then into a later move out instead. So very similar to game 1 actually. Very similar by Bjorn. Going for a Widowmine drop. Clem, he pokes in. Clem, he gets eyes on the CC timing, so he knows it was an economic opener out of Bjorn. He knows he can just calm things down, settle in, and embrace a more longer game state. We do have a 2-gate setup here. As a reminder, last game, Clem did open up 2-gate blink into a 3rd, very economically. Here on Whispers of Gold, I would not be surprised if he goes for a 3-gate opener instead, just to be safer. We'll see if he does go for that safer approach. For now, only 2 gates. So we'll see if he throws down a 3rd gateway or just expands. What does Clem go for? And it's looking to be an expansion. Okay, economic opener. 2-gate blink into a 3rd. Bold move here by Clem. I mean, I guess he did scout the 1-1-1, right? He scouted the more economic start, so he should feel safe enough to go for this. True. Does feel safe enough. Mine drop towards the main. And Clem not quite in position here. Stalkers are at the natural. But mines do get dropped in. Clem, he pulls away. The mine shots! Oh! They retarget. They do retarget, and they get some decent connections. 2 probes go down. There's 1 shot left. Getting a 3rd probe. 3 probes for 2 wind mines. Not bad. And one of the wind mines gets saved. One of the mines gets saved. Does get lifted. Backs off. And Bjorn can always dip back in. He can always dive back into that natural. So a very strong start here for Bjorn. I say strong. Very nice start for Bjorn, what I will say. As it does boost in between the bases. So he can now threaten the natural as well. And this will just tie up some supply. It means that Clem has to keep some stalkers at the natural and in the main base to defend. So nice start here for Bjorn. Behind this, getting to his own 3-1-1 setup. Drax's factory and a starport. With that, Bjorn should be building up towards an eventual move out, but until then, the game is going to be relatively passive. Clem can establish his 3rd. And likewise, it's going to be on Clem to scout the move out when eventually it does occur. So far, the observer's in position. So far, so good. As I believe we had some auto turret harass. Yeah, auto turret's going to be coming in towards the main. We'll get a probe. Not bad. At the same time, here comes a mine drop here towards the natural. And Clem, does he keep up? He does. He pulls away in time, does react, does respond. Blink is done, baits out the shots. Very nice. He will even zone away that prison, sorry, that medevac. We'll zone it back and defend. So far, so good. Ooh, as the Raven comes back in, gets another probe, another 2 probes even. Not bad. In total, the Raven with 3 probe kills. Stalkers, they do blink across the map, getting behind the mineral line. They get 1, they get 2 SCV so far. And they even force a cancel on the gas geyser. Very nice. So Clem does reciprocate. Ooh, Observer gets spotted. Observer gets shut down. It's going to be on Clem to replace. To get ready for that follow-up. Meanwhile, just like the previous game as well as the... Medevac does threaten a dive. But just like the previous game, we do see that Clem, he does delay his splash damage. He's going for a faster charge into a gateway explosion. He's setting up here on 9 gateways on 3 bases. So mass stalker charged out here at a Clem. Does mean that things like Colossus, Storm, and Disruptors are going to be far later here for the Protoss. And here comes a move out from Bjorn. He is spotted by Clem. Again, that's going to be 2 tanks, 4 Marauders, and a mass amount of Marines. +1 should finish by the time the army gets across the map, and the Observer does confirm the move out. So Clem, he's gearing up. He needs warp-ins. Shield batteries are going to be on the way. This is going to be a tough hold for Clem. We'll see if he can pull it off. Again, he's trying to slow it down. Ideally, trying to force a stim or force a siege. Bjorn is committed. Behind this, Bjorn is taking a 3rd CC, but it's a much later 3rd base for Bjorn. He's trying to get within range of the expansion. The shield battery's under fire. Shield battery goes down. There's a kill, another cancel. Auto start anti-armor missile here on the 1 stalker. Nice split here from Clem. He's charging in. Diving the army. Can he take down the tanks? He does blink in. He gets 1. He gets 2. Both tanks go down. And Clem backs off. Does back off. Does retreat. He holds. Whew. Does hold on again. Very precise control there from Clem. If he didn't take down the tanks when he did, I mean, it could have been a very different game, but he holds. Clem holds, Beyond backs off. He has to retreat, takes down the Observer. And Clem is in a good position. He's on 3 bases. He can now take a 4th. He should be gearing up towards Colossus. Beyond isn't done, though. Beyond is not done. He's knocking down those rocks. The army gets spotted. Clem is aware. Bay is on the way. Eventually, the Colossus are coming up, but there's going to be a window. There's going to be a window in time here where Clem does not have splash damage. Zealots, they try to catch reinforcements, but there's a bunker back at home. Zealots, they will delay the 3rd at least. Oh god, that's a lot of charge. Yo, Clem, he's all over this. We'll bleed out a Stalker. Zealots, they delay the saturation. Prism into the main. Vikings not quite in position though. They do come in to shut this down, but the warp in should complete at the same time, and Beyond tries to dive in. Mine shots don't quite connect. Zealots, they do finish warping into the main base. They do delay some reinforcements. Very nice force fields. Oh my god! The force fields pop off, and Clem holds. Clem does hold. Shuts down the army. The bay is now done. Colossus production has now begun. And that window that we spoke about, that window of vulnerability that Clem had, I mean, it's closing. It is now closing. And now Bjorn is that much more in trouble. Has to back off, has to respect the army. Behind this, trying to get his 3rd base up and running. Thankfully, the War Prism did go down. So no more counterattacks. No more warping into the main. Bjorn, he's holding his own. I will say that this 4th base is late. This is a delayed 4th base for Clem. Ideally, he did want it sooner. Far sooner here. I say far. Just a little bit sooner. Would have been nice. As Bjorn is now getting his 3rd up and running. Bjorn, likewise, he gets eyes on the 4th. He wants the 4th to cancel. Widowmines is set up. Pylon gets cancelled. And can he take down the expansion? Oh, the mine shots are brutal on the Zealots. But the Colossus has arrived, and Clem holds. Clem, he does hold on. He saves the 4th. It would have been brutal if he had to cancel that base. Does hold on to it. Did bleed out a lot of Zealots in the process, but only Zealot. Clem being active, chasing him back. And again, right now the game plan for Clem is not to push out, but to buy time. To buy time for Colossus. He's on 1, now 2 Colossi. He needs to wait until 3, wait for his upgrades. Clem is gearing up. Nice links. Snipes a Widowmine. Likewise, he wants to be active to get eyes on any kind of move out. 2nd starport's on the way for Bjorn, getting into mass Viking production eventually. They'll deal with those Colossus. Again, Bjorn is not going to take this lying down. He's holding his own. Getting into Ghost production as well. He will have EMPs. Likewise, Clem, and now that he's got his 4th base up and running, he can take extra gases and go for a 2nd robo into double Colossus and then double Disruptor production as well. But Clem still needs more time to get that up and running. 3rd Colossus has arrived. Bjorn, he does push right through the center, and I believe Clem does miss the move out. Uh-oh. Clem just now spotting the army. He has to respond. Oh, gets a medevac. Nice pickoff. Overextension by Bjorn. Army gets spotted. Clem committing in. EMP goes off on the sentries. But that's 3 Colossus. Yeah, Bjorn's going to be chased back. The Widowmine count gets reset. Likewise, Zealots catching reinforcements as well. Vikings have arrived. Clem, he has to respect the army. Poking in. Just now spawned the Colossus. Sorry, just now spawned the Vikings. A couple of Vikings go down. But Clem, he backs off to take an EMP to the face. And here come the Disruptors. He's bought enough time. Now he's making 2 Disruptors at a time. The Novas are here. And Bjorn, he just hasn't been able to stop any of these expansions. 5th base now getting up and running for Clem. And there's no 5th base in sight yet for Bjorn. No 4th base, I should say. Wait. Ooh, that's just now the 4th CC. Uh-oh. 4th base has now begun for Bjorn. He's very committed on 3 bases. Clem a little bit late to respond. Bjorn, he's stimming in towards the 3rd. Takes down the shield battery. Takes down the robo. Never goes up. Ooh, doesn't quite connect. Nice target firing out of Beyond. Takes down the Disruptor. Takes down the Colossus as well. Gets one, gets two. But GG gets called as the main army crumbles for Beyond. And remember, Beyond, he was all in. GG gets called. And Clem takes the 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Beyond, he was completely 3-base all in. He was down 2 bases. He was down in economy. It was all or nothing for Beyond. He was sniping Colossus and he was sniping the Robos as well, but he was losing his army. He was losing everything as a result. GG, well played. Clem takes it. Clem will take it there. GG. He will advance on to the grand finals. And we have our 2 finals here. Now, even though Clem did play Protoss here in the semis, he will most likely not play Protoss in the finals. It will most likely be a TVP between Clem and herO. Let's go. Whew. Let us go. As we are getting ready here for that final match. And again, congratulations to Clem. Again, Clem, he has some killer PvT. It is some of the best Protoss versus Terran in the world. I don't know if I want to confidently say that his PvT is better than MaxPax's. I don't know if I want to make that statement yet, but it's, I mean, he's the #1 Protoss player on the European ladder at least, so there is that to fall back on. And it might even be better than that of MaxPax's. I mean, even strong enough, powerful enough to take down players of the caliber of Beyond. Here we go. And again, if you're able to take down players like Beyond, players like Ryung, like which Terran players are missing really? Like Maru, I guess. Like Maru's like the other Terran. I guess Gumiho as well. Gumiho was able to take down Clem's Protoss. True. But he's also able to take down MaxPax. So, yeah, regardless, really powerful play there out of Clem. And what I should also emphasize as well is that I feel like Clem's Protoss is only going to get better from here, right? Like, it's only going to get better at this point. At this point, he has gotten it to the place where he's comfortable playing Protoss in tournaments, in competitive play, against the best players in the world. And I feel like it's only up from here for Clem. I feel like it's only just going to improve every time. Which is crazy. Here we go. What if herO picks Terran? True. He could. Hey, that'd be crazy. Here we go. Have Clem play both sides. Oh no. Not like this. Clem versus Clem. The best Protoss in Europe against the best Terran in Europe. Oh no. Not like this. Nothing but Clem. What if Clem is MaxPax? Oh, confirmed. Clem was MaxPax all along. He's already been playing against himself. It's crazy. Just catching up. Clem thinks Max is better. Okay, if he said that, I would have to agree with his judgments. Or fold with his judgment here. Again, I just I can't say for certain personally, just because I haven't seen enough of Clem's PvT. Like, I've casted Clem's PvT like maybe 4 times. We casted him against Ryung. We casted him against Beyond, of course. We've seen him against Gumiho twice, I think, against Gumiho. Who else did he play against? I think we saw Clem against Cure. But it's only been a handful of times. Like there's I don't think there's like enough data to to really confirm and try to see like how his Protoss or how his PvT compares to other players. I mean, Clem himself would be a better judgment for that, for sure. But that's why it's exciting. That's why it's always exciting to see Clem play Protoss, because it's like, you know, is he as good as your Beyonds, as your Marus, as your Cures? Can he bring them down? How does he compare? It's fun to see. As we are getting ready here for the grand finals. Clem also humbled. He is humble. He is. he's not really one to brag. So it's not Clem's personality. Never seen them in the same room. You're not wrong. We never have. True. Confirmed. As looks like vetoes have concluded, we have our map order: Whispers of Gold, El Dorado. We rarely get to see El Dorado, so happy to see it here in the best of 5. Followed by Ley Lines, Frostline, and Ultra Love. Okay, let's go. We're getting in. We're settling into our finals, our grand finals here. And we'll say, I mean, Clem, he has been quite dominant here in these WardiTV Mondays. We have seen a herO bring Clem down before. I think it was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, we saw herO take down Clem in the semi-finals of WardiTV Monday, which was very impressive, but that was a best of 3. Now we have a best of 5. We have a longer series here to sink our teeth into, and this could go either way. But I do have to lean towards and favor one such player. For now, though, we're settling in, and sporting in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have our French Terran player, the Red Terran, off racing as Terran. Ah, he's crazy. Representing Team Liquid, it is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. And if you're in the chats, place your bets, because predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As again, we have seen herO take down Clem from time to time, but it is more of an exception, not the exception to the rule, not necessarily the norm here. Clem is a dominant force. He is the best player in the world, the current reigning world champion. We'll see if he can be brought down. We shall see. Yeah, it's always a lot of fun casting herO versus Clem, just because herO is a lot more active. He's a lot more aggressive as well compared to MaxPax, for example. I mean, sure, MaxPax, he's known for his 4-gate blink. True, true. So in that sense, he can be aggressive, but outside of that, usually a little more standard, a little more mid-game oriented. And we'll see how herO will approach this. So now herO just going for his own gate expander. Standard opener out of herO. Likewise, Clem across the map. Ooh, double gas. Okay, double gas open out of Clem. This is something that we did not see a single time out of Bjorn. Bjorn, I mean, is not really one to embrace early tech. In this matchup, Clem is with double gas. What does this mean? This means a faster factory. This means a delayed CC for Clem, much more active, much more aggressive. This can lead into earlier and a more committed Widowmine drop. This can lead into an early Banshee production, early tanks into a tank Banshee push. This can lead into more committed Hellion Reaper as well. Based on the placement here of the factory, though, we shouldn't see an add-on swap. There should not be an add-on swap here, as it is further back, but it's further back to make sure that this doesn't get scouted. So our eyes are going to be on Clem here to see how he does open up. This is going to lead into a more delayed CC. CC is going to be on location. Reaper gets across the map. And does get eyes on the pylon locations as well. Now he knows where to scout for tech. Reaper gets zoned away. We do have our 1-1-1 setup here by Clem. And we would usually embrace a Widowmine drop with this. There we go. Widowmines are now on the way. Into Medivacs, into drop play. Initially a Widowmine drop here by Clem. Stalker will zone Clem away. Does deny the scouts. herO does embrace a Twilight Council, so Twilight Council into Blink. It should be Twilight Council into Blink. There are some niche builds where you can go into Charge or go into a DT-based opener, but again, they're very niche. Should be seeing Blink instead. Blink is on the way. And we'll keep an eye on the gateway count. Do we see 2-gate Blink, 3-gate, or 4-gate Blink Stalker out of herO? How aggressive is he going to be? How committed from our Protoss? Forcing back the Reaper. Widowmines are amassing. Up to 2, soon to be 3 Widowmines, as we did get a slight supply block there for Clem. So here he does bend those shades. Doesn't see too much. Mine drop will soon move out. Do have a Widowmine here in the mineral line. just to make sure he's able to shut down any kind of commitment to the Shade. Likewise, Reaper does dive in. Clem, he does confirm the Twilight Council. Reaper goes down. And how many gates? We have 2 gateways in the main base. So just 2 gate blink here from the Protoss into, I would imagine, a third. Yeah, third base is on the way. So economic build here by herO. Ooh, it's going to be delayed though. Yeah, Clem, we will delay the third. We'll force it at the triangular third location instead. So nice delay here from Clem. Does delay the expansion. Gets the hell out of there. Boost away. Rotating from here. Let's rotate. You can see herO trying to chase him down. There's the boost. And Clem, does he get away from here? herO does have another blink. Blinks across, doesn't quite catch him. And Clem, he does get away. Whew. Does manage to get away. Back at home, Clem just gearing up, getting to his own 3-1-1, 3 Raxes, 1 factory, 1 starport. Getting to his tank production. There was no Banshee follow-up or anything like that. Just into Biotank. And the Little Mines have still potential to get damage. Well, they have potential, but first Little Mine goes down. Does at least scout the third base. So Clem is aware. No crazy 2 base all in. herO, of course, embracing +1 into charge. Very gateway heavy. And fun fact, the way that herO he's playing this out is very similar to how Clem was playing against Beyond. Very similar build. The difference here, though, is that herO is taking into faster Bay, into a much faster Bay, into faster Colossus production. Is quite greedy of herO, as he is skipping Warp-ins to pull this off. But Clem isn't really being too active, so, I mean, herO can get away with it. Here he can get away with cutting corners. Odotar takes out the pylon. That's a kill, not a cancel. Very nicely done. herO in position. Third CC's on the way. Clem can now be active. And we'll see if Clem can punish the greed of herO as the first Colossus is now in production. And herO is that much more vulnerable. He has 2 shield batteries. Going for another warp-in. herO, he does spot the move out. He sees the army. As the army moves out, Zells, they move in. They head towards the mineral line. Yeah, SCVs are going to go down. Auto charge into the main. Main army towards that natural, towards the third even. And Clem gaining ground. herO, nice force fields. Does slice up the army, but there's just not enough here. Stalkers, they come in to reinforce. Tanks getting within range. And herO, he's in trouble. Does he have that first Colossus? He does. He needs it. He needs that Colossus here and now. Once again, nice force fields buying time. And the Colossus has arrived. Now herO, he can dive in, takes down the tanks. And he should be able to barely hold on. Oof, just barely. herO does hold. Clem jumping into the main. We got 5 rope kills. Shouldn't get much more though. Trading with the Stalkers. Forcing them back. Gets 1 Stalker. Whew. 1 Stalker goes down. herO does hold on. Again, herO, he was being quite greedy compared to Clem in his previous series against Beyond, where herO, he was taking faster into Colossi and did arrive just in time for the push. Was close though. Was very close. But herO holds. herO, he holds, getting his 4th base up and running. Keeping Clem at bay. herO, he does spot the 3rd. And likewise, he does spot the follow-up army here. Massing up for Clem. Clem, he gets eyes on the Zealot run-by. He knows. Winter Mines are in position. Clem trying to snake around. Does run into the Zealots. Will engage. herO, he has to respond. Colossus and Immortal are in position. He's ready for this. Likewise, oh, medevac goes down. Clem just actually pivoting over towards that third. Does hit the third base, gets into the mineral line as well. Probe's going to be going down. He gets two. And he wants the Colossus. He gets it. Colossus goes down into a massive pickup. We'll lose two medevacs for it, but worth it. Worth it for Clem. Sniping a Colossus. herO going for a counterattack. He needs to. There's not much at home to defend. Oh, has Clem been too aggressive? Has he been too active? As Clem is not quite in position. 4CC is denied. Zell's taking it to the mineral line. And here he kind of won this army. Takes down the Vikings. Gets one. Nice mine shots. But the Vikings go down. Clem trying to come in from behind. He wants that Colossus. Ooh, and he might be able to get it. He stims in. No prism. And no war prism with the army. Colossus goes down. Massive pickup. And was this worth it for herO? As herO, he takes down 23 SCVs. It looks like it is. GG gets called. Reinforcements have arrived. And herO takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Clem being too active, too aggressive. Again, Clem, he sent everything across the map for his drop play, and he was able to snipe a Colossus. He was able to get some workers, but remember, he lost his medevacs, he lost most of his army, and here he counterattacked immediately, and there was nothing at home to defend. That third base was so vulnerable, so exposed, and herO did catch Clem with his pants down. Catch him with his pants down, Pappy. GG, well played. herO takes the lead. Does take the lead in the series. And now we're getting ready for game number 2. Here we go. And again, just a really quick response out of herO. I mean, we spoke about this previously, but this is a map that you can punish on, that you can punish quite hard on, is Whispers of Gold, because of how small the map is, because of how exposed the third base is as well. These counterattacks, they hit faster than on other maps, than on Ultra Love or Ley Lines, or of course some of the larger maps like Abyssal Reef, Neon Violet Square. So if you expose yourself like that, the chances of being punished like that are far higher. They are higher if the Protoss notices. And here he did have that observer parked over the third, so he was fully aware that there was nothing ready. And with that, GG. GG, well played. We're now getting into game number 2. We're going to be loading into El Dorado, a much more unique map. It is one of the most vetoed maps in the map pool. Very often vetoed. Which is why we're always so excited to cast it whenever we can. Just because it's a rare sight. Here we go. So getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. I mean, it's a best of 5. He still has plenty of room to grow here, plenty of room to maneuver. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG, leading the series 1-0. It is herO. Here we go. See someone in the chat asking where's MaxPax. MaxPax did not play in today's tournament, so where is he? Clearly Clem is MaxPax. That's what we found out. Clearly, Pappy, clearly. Confirmed. That's why he's not here. Confirmed. As once again, Clem opening up double gas. Double gas opener here out of Clem. Same opener as we went for in the previous game. This leads into a faster factory. We saw that last game. This led into a more committed mine drop with 3 Widow Mines. And we'll see what Clem does embrace this time. As welcome one and all to El Dorado. El Dorado known for being quite a short rush distance by air, I should say. Short rush distance by air map in the map pool. Likewise, does have half the map just completely cut off. There are gold bases, of course. We have 3 gold bases in total. And we'll see if either one does expand towards that southern half of the map. We shall see. We go. So now we do have that factory follow-up into the delays you see here on the low ground. Clem does get into the main this time. Bustin will threaten the main. Ooh, the Adept will shut it down though. Clem here overextends. Reaper falls, and that means that Clem, he will not get eyes on the tech of choice. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener here out of herO. And now we have the answer. Now we have the follow-up. It's going to be Reacted Reaper Hellion. Much more aggressive here by Clem, opting not to go into that Widowmine follow-up, committing here into Reapers and Hellions instead. Now the goal with this build, the goal with this follow-up here is to bust into a mineral line. Is to break through the front door and get into these probes or get into this mineral line to roast up those workers, roast up those probes. We'll see if we can get there. We'll see if he can break through. The Hellion is scouted. herO, he does spot the Reacted Reaper. He knows. Ooh, he even shuts down one of that. That should not have happened. One Hellion goes down already. That does significantly actually delay this move out. It does soften up this push. Means only 2 Reapers and 1 Hellion. Behind this, you can see Clem switching into Marine production, switching into a follow-up mine drop. And herO fully walls off. He fully walls off. Reapers, they bust into the main. They get a full scout. They get eyes on the Twilight Council, on the tech. They get 1 probe so far. 2. Not bad. They get 2 probe kills. They're going to get a 3rd probe as well. Very nice damage. 3 probe kills. 4 probes to 2 Reapers. Not a bad trade. Not bad at all. And a full scout as well. So a nice moment there for Clem. Back at home, following this up with drop play. Here comes the delayed Widowmine drop with Marines. Okay, opting to leave his Marines back at home. Does change his mind. Still being active though, still dropping. Ooh, medevac gets spotted by the Stalkers. herO, he knows. Should be getting in position. Should be getting ready for that drop play. As the medevac does divert his path. Likewise, he gets spotted by a herO. He's going to be forced back. Blink is done in 10 seconds. And the drop is deflected. Oh! Stalkers, they blink in. Again, that medevac is so low. So insanely low. Will escape, will survive. Does make it out. As herO, he's going for his own counterattack, getting his 3rd base on location. Here at the triangular 3rd location instead. How many gateways behind this? 2. Yeah, only 2 gate blink. Only 2 gate blink. Mine drop into the main. herO trying to sneak up with the army. Does he notice? He does react in time. Does pull away. Now he can focus on his push, but there is a tank in position, and Clem holds. So if he does hold on, takes down a Stalker. herO, he was gambling. Wasn't quite worth it. Observer gets sniped as well. Nice defensive setup here by Clem. Sniping another observer. As Clem just gearing up for eventually breaking out and moving out across the map. He's on 3 tanks. Stim, combat shields +1, all on the horizon. Still a ways off though. And the reason why some of these upgrades are a little bit later is because of Clem's commitment into initially Reaper Hellion, followed by the mine drop. Medevac goes down. And that means that here he can comfortably get into a 3-base economy. And into a 4th eventually as well. Just like the previous game, herO investing into faster Robotics Bay, into faster Colossus. So here he is cutting corners. And he should be able to get away with it once again. Oh, as he does barely miss the Raven. Raven hits the natural. And we'll delay some mining. Clem's still building up. Upgrades are about to kick in. And the third base is almost done, and here we go. Clem can now start to move out. He scans, he spots the third. But again, applying pressure to this third base can be very awkward on this map. Especially if you don't mine out these minerals yourself. So we'll see how Clem does approach this. Likewise, Zelnaga's in control of herO. There we go. Clem, he pulls the boys, and he will, I say, pull the boys. Pulls a couple of workers to mine through this wall, and will break out. Now, as a result, this wall will buy time. It's buying time here for herO to finish up his Colossus. As a result, the first Colossus is ready for the push, and the second Colossus might be ready as well. As Clem is floating over, and the hallucination confirms. So here he gets eyes on the placement of the third and on the army's position. You can see herO getting ready for a backstab as Clem moves out. Clem, he does spot the stalkers. Here he rotates over. Army gets spotted. Medevac's under fire. Chargel's diving in. Tank's a little bit late to siege, but there's not enough zealots. Yeah, not enough zealots here. Not enough Chargel's here. He is a little bit vulnerable. He has to be very careful with how he engages. That's a massive chunk of bio. And here he's out in the open. Colossus is exposed. And Clem, he dives in for the kill. Takes down the Colossus. Stims forward. And hero's in trouble. Here he's in a lot of trouble. Taking the... Oh my god. Here a little bit too greedy. Taking the gold. Tanks are within range. The gold base is going to be denied. herO could have taken the fourth, but he could have taken a safer fourth base instead. Ay, ay, ay. herO soon falling behind economically. Yep, there we go. Back up fourth base on the way. And herO, he's in trouble. And he's even on bases, which is never something you want to see here against a Terran. Clem threatening a stim. herO, he needs more time for more Colossi. There we go. Second one has arrived. He needs a third. Kiting well. As the tanks are barely out of range of the base. Oh, the wide shots. Ooh, brutal connections on the zealots. The minefield is cleaned up. He's holding on, down heavily here in supply, but he's barely holding on. Again, at any moment, Clem, he can just stim in. He has to be so careful with that. His force fields, they need to be on point. He needs to slow down the army and slice it up. First disruptor has arrived, but he needs more. Once again, diving in. Little mine shots here on the stalkers. Never goes up, doesn't connect. And here he's being overwhelmed. He's being overwhelmed at this point, down to barely a standing army. And Clem's almost maxed. He's almost maxed out. Again, this fourth base was just far too bold for herO. Far too bold, far too greedy. Wasn't worth it in the end. Just now getting his fourth base. Meanwhile, Clem is getting his own. I'm going for a June drop here towards the natural. Here he warps in time. Should clean this up. Never mind. As our last zealots, they get shut down. The army pushes in as well. We need some good Novas here to herO. But it may just not be enough. And it shouldn't be enough at this point. As Clem, he stims, and he's going to win. As he takes down the Colossus, takes down the Disruptor. There's one Colossus left. Well, there's plenty of Vikings. Plenty of Vikings in position. The army crumbles. And GG gets called as herO gets torn apart, and Clem ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Just a brutal position there for herO. It isn't just the initial rough engagement that he did take, but on top of that, the rush distance by ground is quite short as well if both players expand towards each other. And Clem did expand towards herO once he realized what was going on, did take that expansion. It takes so little time for reinforcements to arrive and for the army to be on top of the bases of herO as well. Didn't help that herO was also expanding even further towards Clem by taking the center base. It was crazy. It was actually insane. Yeah, no shot, no chance of taking it, and with that, Clem does snowball out of control and ties up the series. Ties up the series 1-1, and now we're getting into Game 3. Game 3. Not the ace match yet. We're getting there. This is a best of 5, of course. So plenty more games ahead of us. And we're hoping for a back and forth. We're hoping for an ace match. The pressure is, I mean, now on both players. We'll see who takes the lead. Who takes the lead in the series. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid, tying up the series 1-1, and making a series out of this as well. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right, or in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. Sorry, just opening up the door. It's getting quite hot here. Getting quite hot. I mean, we're getting neck deep into summer here in Australia, so it's very hot, very humid, as you can imagine. Just airing the room out as I'm slowly being boiled. But we're all good. We're all good as we settle into game 3. We're settling in. So far, once again, double gas every game so far here by Clem. Double gas opener into a more delayed economy. We saw that last game, this did not lead into an early mine drop. That was the case in game 1. In game 2, we saw a commitment into Reaper Hellion, which didn't really get too much done. It killed 3 probes for 2 Reapers. Wasn't necessarily the best trade from Clem, but it, the follow-up was, of course, a heavier tank count into a very strong stim +1 timing. What I will say is that the rush distance by ground on Ley Lines is far longer than on El Dorado. It is going to be longer. Likewise, the bases are more defendable as well. We speak about this all the time. One of the big features is these ramps coming into the 3rd and into the 4th base. And if you can see a Protoss player here on top of the ramp with force fields, with a concave, with Colossus, then they can hold on even if they're down 20, 30, 40 army supply. They can hold the line. So we could even see a longer game state here, depending on the opener. We'll see. We shall see. So now the first Reaper's moving out. We have a second Reaper behind this. Okay. So Clem is going to be committing a little bit harder. Is going to be a little bit more aggressive early on. Is still expanding, of course, but is investing into additional earlier Reapers. As the first Reaper gets across the map, Adept does keep eyes on it. Now, as the first Reaper goes down, we saw something similar in the previous game. That should not have happened, so a very nice pick-off here by herO. Does shut Clem down before we can really get any momentum going. Behind this, the probe does confirm the second Reaper. There's a 3rd Reaper on the way, additional Hellion production as well. Now, this is not reacted Reaper Hellion, so there's going to be a little bit less of a commitment here from Clem. Still aggressive, don't get me wrong, but shouldn't be as many as previously. As Clem is continuing Hellion Reaper production. He should shut down the Adept. Ooh, almost takes down another Hellion. Barely survives. 1 shot away from going down and now can be repaired. Yeah, the boys are pulled over here. I'm sure he wants that Hellion. We'll settle for the CC. Oh. Going for the Hellion instead. It looks like the Hellion will survive and the Adept goes down. So a little bit wasteful there from herO. Which is scary. Every unit counts early on because you don't really have that many warp ins. You have 1 gateway, you're making 1 unit at a time, and for herO to lose those 2 Adepts means he has that much less to defend at home, and now Clem is getting ready for his counterattack. He's moving out and hoping to bust into a mineral line. So far, trading with the Adept. Stalker has arrived. They bypass the main army. Hellion shots going off. 2 probes go down. Nice damage. He gets 3. Getting up to 4. 4 probe kills. Oracle has arrived. It was a Stargate opener this time by herO, and herO he will defend. He will shut this down. Not without losing 4 probes, though. Was a lot of economic damage. That was 5 probes in total for 2 Hellions and 3 Reapers. Oracle moves out, and Clem at least is now aware of what's going on. Viking production has begun. Back at home at Clem, he has 2 Widow Mines. They're borrowed here in the mineral lines as well. 1 at the natural, 1 in the main. He has to be very careful with that Oracle movement. Setting up stasis traps. Moving out for another counterattack. Phoenix has arrived. Again, this early on, the armies are quite small between the players. It's 4 Marines and 1 Viking. Soon to be 6 Marines. Cyclone is on the way. The Cyclone should shut this down. But Clem is zoned away from his own mineral line. Mine shot goes off. Takes out a Stalker. Massive pickoff. Stalker does fall. Adept shades into the main. Delaying some of the production. Gets 1 SCV, but these haven't been the best trades here for herO. He has to retreat. He has to retreat. Clem holds. Clem defends. And now we can settle in. herO going for a Stargate opener into fast Colossus production. This is almost borderline like Phoenix Colossus, a little bit more old school, but no additional Phoenix production, just the 1, I believe. No, sorry, just the 2. So 2 Phoenixes for herO, the bare minimum, straight into Colossus. And more Phoenixes on the way as well. Again, Phoenix Colossus used to be the go-to opener in PvT for a very long time, for many years, like 2020, 2021, 2022. Has since very much so fallen out of favor and fallen out of meta. So it's a pretty rare sight nowadays, and even then, or even here, this isn't the standard variation of Phoenix Colossus either. We'll see if we can get away with it. And one of the reasons why it kind of phased out is you do leave yourself quite vulnerable early on to like early game move outs. Especially Korean Terran players did get more aggressive over the years and over time. To the point where Phoenix Colossus opener is just too difficult to really get away with. As they would often be shut down. Didn't help that maps were getting smaller as well over time. And Clem does move out. Back at home, what is it to defend? Okay, we have 4 Phoenixes, 1 Immortal, and 1 Colossus. First Colossus is soon to arrive, and can herO hold with that 1 Colossi? It's going to come down to the stakes. Oh! Massive connection! It takes down the Marines, takes down the Marauder as well. And it's all about buying time. Here he's just buying time for warp-ins. I mean, the army is very small. It's like, it's 1 Immortal, 1 Colossus, 2 Zealots. It's barely an army. But with the help of the stasis, it's enough. Here he's holding on. Bold move for herO to move out. He will lose 1 Phoenix. Stasis runs out. He dives in. Here he should not have been here. He should not have been here. Colossus goes down as well. Massive pickoff, and here he's in trouble. Ay, ay, ay. He's in a lot of trouble. There's no reason to be out here, Pappy. Oh my god. He's crazy. As herO, he's up against the wall. Mindshot goes off, takes down an Oracle. Ay, ay, ay. herO does at least catch a Medivac. But here, he needs more than that. He's trying to buy as much time as possible with these Phoenixes. As Clem is gearing up for a second wave. Here, he now has another Colossus again. Back up to 1. The Phoenixes are trying to buy time. So far, so good. +1 air attack on the way. Let's go. Clem rotating over towards the right. Has a decent army. Army gets spotted. Here is aware. He rotates. Does respond. Oh, the mine shot. Massive connection on the Phoenixes. Vikings, they come in. They shut down 2 more Phoenixes. Massive pickoffs. But here he's now up to 2 Colossi. He can now hold his own. Here has no pushing power, but he does defend. And behind this, Clem is getting his own 3rd base and now working towards, I would imagine, a 4th. Meanwhile, oh my god, that is a fleet beacon on the way. Now, if this was classic, I would be like, yo, he's rushing towards Tempest or rushing towards Carrier. If it was classic, it'd be Tempest. But here in this matchup with herO, is he willing to just double down on Mass Phoenix? Does he commit into Phoenix range is what I'm getting at. No shot. I mean, he's making more Phoenixes. No greater Skytels yet. I'm waiting for the Phoenix range. Show us what you got. I mean, this might just be for the mothership, true. Could just be for the mothership. Clem is still being active. Clem is still up in army supply. Does spot the army. Decent shots coming off here from the Colossus. Oh, the Widowmine does connect. And there they are, the Tempests. The Tempests are on the way. Sorry, the Carriers are on the way. Classic, is that you? As here, he's trying to cut corners once again. He's trying to rush into Sky Toss. He needs a little bit more time. Here, he needs more time. And this expansion, it's so exposed. It's down on the low ground. Clem is going to be the first to max out. But if he waits until he's maxed, that may be too late. Might be too late for Clem. Thankfully, though, he's being active. He's being active. He's moving out. Splitting up his army. Going for drop play instead. I mean, again, Clem, he doesn't know. He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know that he's on a timer. This is just such a risky maneuver here by herO, but so far it's paying off. So far, at least. Nice catch on the Immortal. The Immortal goes down. The carrier, it does reveal itself. Yeah, the carrier is revealed. Clem coming in from behind. Coming in for a backstab. Upon seeing this, we should be seeing a second starport and additional Vikings. As he scans, he spots the carrier. And there it is. There's a second starport. Second starport's on the way. Nice EMP on the Phoenixes. Phoenixes, they do get EMP'd. The Vikings, they bully back the army. Interceptor's going to be going down. Clem trying to come in from behind, but he does get caught out. Clem, he might be maxed, but his entire army isn't here. As EMP once again. Phoenixes are falling. Nice kiting here against the interceptors. And here he's bleeding out too much. Bleeding out far too much. Will commit. I want to say he's overextending a little bit here. herO, he needs to back up. A bit farther, holding his own. A bit of an all army there out of Clem. Has to calm down, has to pull back. And consolidating his forces. herO, he's holding on. Now going for his own counterattack. Bold move out of herO. There's not many interceptors here on the carriers. He's still building up. But now he's up to 4 carriers, and is that enough? Who needs splash damage when you have a carrier, Pappy? Let's go! Yeah, Clem is being forced back. Ghosts are getting picked off as well. Yeah, massive pickoffs. The boys are being pulled. And herO, has he done it? Does he have enough? So we do see Clem coming in from behind, going for a massive backstab. Does force a recall. Okay, massive move here from Clem. Forcing a recall, buying a lot of time. Doesn't quite get the Colossus though, bleeding out a lot of bio in the process. Ay, ay, ay. Meanwhile, Clem has got 12 Vikings. That's a lot of Vikings. Yeah, the Colossus melts. Oh my god. First Colossus goes down, second Colossus as well. Yeah, the Viking has arrived. Now he can just target down every single carrier. Never goes off, no major connection. And that's going to be it. That's going to be every single carrier going down. Down to 3. Down to 2. Soon to be down to 1. And down to none as well. I mean, it was close. It was close here from herO. That recall might have been the moment for Clem as GG gets called. And Clem will take a 2-1 lead in the series. GG. Whew. Oh my god. But again, imagine if herO didn't have to recall. If he didn't have to recall, he could have kept pushing, could have gotten us all those ghosts as well. That may have been game. It would have been close. It would have been very close, as of course Clem was banking up reinforcements at his natural. So it was a very, very clutch, very close game state there. That recall was a huge moment though for Clem, so as he was able to just force back the army and build up reinforcements and consolidate his forces. And with that, GG. GG, well played. It got up to the killer count of 12 Vikings. Was able to shut everything down. And with that, Clem takes a lead, and Clem is now 1 game away from taking the series. Want to amass 1 more game here is all that Clem needs. That was a close one, but in a sense, Clem was for the most part in the driver's seat in this game. It was really risky play out of herO to go for a Stargate opener, Oracle into Phoenix Colossus into a carrier rush. It almost worked, but again, it was just really risky play there out of herO, and in the end, barely didn't quite work out. Barely. And now we are getting ready for that game 4. Going to be on Frostline. Frostline, one of the larger maps in the map pool. The largest, newest map in the map pool, I should emphasize. Went by Snowpiercer in the PTR. Go. Ooh. Remember to hydrate your hydras when it's hot. True, true. I've been drinking a lot of water. A lot of agüita, papi. And massage your marines. Exact. SC2 full knows. He knows, papi. Massage all your marines. Ah, no. And marinate your marauders. Why does herO just int sometimes? I mean, I mean, you say sometimes. He does it all the time. The thing is that, like, when it works, you don't place as much blame on him. That's the difference. When it works, you're like, oh, that was an amazing play out of herO. When it doesn't, that's when it stands out. And that's why we love herO. He's very aggressive, very in your face. It is quite risky though, because as you're kind of pointing out, there are times where it's a little bit wiser to just calm things down and slow down instead. But you know, if he didn't play like that, it wouldn't be herO. Wouldn't be herO, papi. As we're getting into game number 4. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid, leading the series 2-1. One one more game is all he needs. It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. Down in the series, can he force the ace match? He needs to win this game here and now to bring us to game 5. It is herO. Let's go. And we can settle into Frostline for one of the first times tonight. One of the first times. Again, this is one of the larger maps in the map pool. To coincide that though, it is a large map, but the bases are very exposed. The 3rd and 4th base, they're very spread out, they're very wide open as well. Can be quite difficult to maintain a higher base count in a longer game state. So because of that, we've seen a lot of mid-game play, a lot of mid-game aggression here on Frostline. And we'll see how Clem makes use of it, as once again, double gas. Every game in this series, double gas opener out of Clem. Last game we saw Clem did commit into additional Hellion Reaper production and was quite successful with it early on. He was able to get quite a bit of economic damage and also scout the follow-up. If you remember, he scouted the Oracle and the Stargate opener as a result in that previous game. So once again, Clem is going to be the aggressor, or at least he's looking to be. Going for a more delayed expansion. And we'll see if this leads into additional Widowmine production or Reaper Heli. As here he does move out with that first Reaper. This time he does go for the add-on follow-up, not going for a second Reaper. So Clem is varying it up. With this, he could still commit into Reactor Reaper Hellion, true, if he so chose to. Looking for a way in. Dips up the ramp. Confirms the setup. Robo open out of herO. Okay, herO is mixing it up instead. No Stargate, no Twilight Council, Robo. Very safe way to play. Very safe way. This means that if herO, if he feels unsafe, if he feels like aggression is coming his way, he can go for early Immortal production. This can also lead into early Colossus production with an earlier Robotics Bay as well. So in general, just a much more safer approach to PvT. The downside is that you have very little map control. You have no Blink Stalkers, you have no Phoenixes. You do have access to a War Prism. We could see herO open up War Prism first. If he does go for the Prism, he can move out across the map and be active with some Adept Harass. It can be quite difficult to pull it off, but it's available here to herO. Observer first. Okay, it is going Observer first. Back at home, Clem did go into Reactor Marine production, not Widowmine. Sorry, not Reaper, what I meant to say. Just the one Reaper going into, interesting, early drop play, but those are not Widowmines. Early Cyclone production instead. Very safe play here out of Clem. I mean, Clem doesn't know. He doesn't know what's going on. If it was to be another Stargate opener, Oracle and Phoenixes, then a Cyclone is just a really safe way to open up from the Terran side of things, especially if you're in the dark. So hero's opening up safely, and Clem is unaware. Clem is unaware of the take of choice. Cyclone moves out. Clem applying a bit of pressure. Behind this, we do have a fast Twilight, or I should say a Twilight Council follow-up here after the Robo opener. So it's going to be delayed tech and delayed blink, I would imagine, out of hero, in favor of the early Robo and early scouting. The Observer's been getting across the map, has access to those Immortals. Clem does reinforce. And hero, does he have enough to really hold on here? Bearing in mind, these are vanilla gateway units. Gets eyes on the Cyclone. Let's get eyes on the Cyclone. Tank has arrived. Ooh, hero getting caught out. One Stalker does fall. Massive pickoff. And Clem is going to chase this down. Immortal production has just now begun. But here he's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble. Does have a shield battery, thankfully. Shield battery is set up. Boys are being pulled. Tank flow is going up. And hero's going to lose so many probes in the process. So many workers going to be going down. 10, 11, 13. This is game ending. This is game ending damage. The tank finally does fall. But it looks like Clem is breaking through. The Immortal is a couple of seconds away from going up. From pumping in. But the damage has been done. Ooh, Clem shuts down the Observer. Takes down the Stalkers. Finally is forced to pick up. But that was brutal. That was brutal damage early on. Oh my god. 13 probes, 4 Stalkers, the Observer. Hero does hold. And again, here he got punished for skipping tech. In a way, skipping tech. He went for the Immortal, sorry, the Robo opener, but he didn't make it Immortal until the army was in his face. He missed the move out. That's what I should emphasize. Did miss the move out. Late Immortal. Minimal defense. And Clem, he is threading another drop into the main. As Clem takes an economic lead. Throwing down extra Raxes, no third CC, not yet. Boosting into the main. Likewise, Viking drop here towards the natural. Medevac goes down. Clem, can he target down one of these probes? Ah, not quite. Hero holds. Hero, he does hold on, shuts down the Viking, shuts down the drop, doesn't take any damage. Very nice defense. Nice defense here by Hero. It's a good start, but he needs more. Again, there's no third. The third base is heavily delayed for Hero because he had lost 13 probes. Like, that did eat into his economy, did eat into his build. And Hero is moving out, he's being active. I'm sure hoping to catch a drop. Meanwhile, Clem just now begins his third CC. Third command center has begun here in the main. Viking getting caught out. Nicely done. Viking does fall. Here now taking his third base. His third is so late. It's actually on par with the third base of Clem, which is not what you want to see. So Hero is in a really rough position here. Now Hero is taking into Storm, and he did go into not Blink but Charge. Went for a Charge follow-up instead. So charged into Immortal, Archon, Storm. A very robust army. And has a lot of potential. Even if Hero is down in like down 30, 40 army supply, he can make up for that with Storm. Scan reveals the Temple Archives. Clem knows. Clem now knows what's going on. He's aware of the army. Clem is once again getting ready for a move out. He spots the Observer. Does spot it as Clem chases. Here he comes in with a Prism. Boys are being pulled. A Storm jump into the mineral line. Oh my god, massive connections. 9 SVs going down. And Clem, he's committing. Is committing across the map. Would you recall back home? Those are Storms that are not going to be available defensively, but there are plenty of High Templar, plenty of Storms. Hero, he can pull this off. Can pull this off. Zealots towards the third base. Clem out of position. Nice feedback. Nice Storms as well. All the High Templar are exposed though. Prism goes down. We're coming for this around mass. Oh, the Storms, they just don't stop. Storms do not end, but the army it stems in, takes out the High Templar, the Immortals as well. Falling back to the tanks. Yeah, tank blows are going to be brutal here on the main army. Immortal goes down. herO, he should be able to defend, though he does barely hold. Takes down every single tank. Well, herO survives. He does survive back across the map. SCVs were falling. Clem down to 52. Getting his star base back up and running. Again, a very scrappy game state here. Now, the scary thing about what just transpired is the High Templar count. The High Templar count was reset. I'm afraid to look here, but 3 High Templar were killed, and Archons were forced to be morphed in as well. So a lot of High Templar went down there. We have another Zealot run by. Takes down 2 Widow Mines. Here he's holding his own. He's keeping up. Bay is on the way for Colossus production. There are 2 High Templar in that prism. 2 Storms. Launcher going up. herO pushing in. Bio army comes in from behind. Storms do connect. And the first one was solid. The second one a little bit less so. Oh, and there's not much more with this army. The Immortals are low. The Archon as well. Here comes another Warp in. And does herO have enough? Comes in with a reinforcing High Templar. Voids are being pulled. He has 2 Storms. Yeah, Storms are coming in. Massive connections. And herO, he's barely breaking through. There's that final Storm. Only takes down 3 SCVs. Clem, he's holding on. He's holding. Ghosts have arrived. He has EMPs. The Ghosts have joined the main army. EMP is going to be available. herO barely not enough to break through. And now he takes the 4th. 4th base on the way. The economies are still very close. Zealot drop into the mineral line. Getting 5 SCVs in the blink of an eye. And most of the Zealots get saved. 1 still left behind. Gets 2 more SCVs. 7 in total. Very nice damage. Just herO just squeezing out as much value as he can out of what little he has. Again, this army is so small for herO, but I mean, it packs a punch. Oh, nice feedbacks. There's still 1 EMP available. herO, he has to back off. Charge shots, they have a right to reinforce. The mine shots, though. Oof, mine shots are brutal. He also gets so low. And they had Templar, 0. 0 had Templar, 3 of them just now morphing in. Back at the 3rd. He has the energy overcharge. Here he's pushing right down mid. At the same time, Clem going for a Doom Drop. Uh-oh. We could end up in a weird base trade. There's a recall. Here he does recall. Does make it back home in time. Brutal EMP though. Prism getting low. Zelda coming from behind. Coming for a surround. Nice time for the War Prism. Oh my god, there's 1 full whenever it goes down. Nice pick off by herO. Going for another. Clem taking a lot of losses. He does hold. Does hold on. herO does rotate around. Clem out of position. Yeah, barely out of position. Did rotate the wrong way. Nice and out on the 4CC. Colossus are exposed. They barely do survive though. Yeah, Colossus, they hold their own, and herO, he's breaking through. Yeah, the fight he's been looking for. I say that. Another Colossus does fall though. Down to 2. Not much of a ground army either. Not much support. Still so close. Still so close between our 2 players. There is a Storm. Uh-oh. herO! Devil goes down. Storm not quite effective. Down to 1 High Templar. No Storms left. Clem coming in from behind. Trying to catch out the army. Stalkers, they come in to reinforce. There's a Disruptor as well. herO trying to flank the army instead. Gets EMP. Collapse on the Colossus. Nova goes off. No connection. The splits. The splits are too good. Flanking Nova comes in. There's that 1-over available here for herO. Sending back the army. As Clem bleeds out those Vikings. Barely holding on. herO takes the supply lead, dropping to the main. Sorry, Raven harass instead. Gets a couple of probes. But herO should have enough. He should overwhelm. Outside of taking a rough fight, speaking of, Clem goes for the dive, takes down the Colossus, boys are being pulled. And Clem, does he have enough? Now, not with these charge loss. GG gets called. herO, he overwhelms just barely, and herO, he will tab the series. We are going to game 5. We are going to the ace match. GG. We're going all the way to game 5 here. Again, very, very scrappy game here on Frostline. There were moments for both players, moments for both herO and Clem. Both players beating out some high-tech units, of course, and things got very scrappy in the end. herO barely able to stabilize, able to out-trade his opponent. I do want to say that the big moment with things swung in favor of herO was the Storm Drop. When herO Storm dropped the natural, and Clem was forced to counterattack, but he wasn't able to achieve anything with that counterattack. herO, he was ready in time, got 9 SCV kills, he was able to survive, able to defend, and able to stabilize after a rough start. If you remember, herO, he lost 13 probes at the start of the game. Very rough start, but then did bounce back. Did bounce back. And we're going all the way to that final and 5th game. Let's go. Let's go. When herO held by pulling those probes, it looked over. Yeah, 100%. Like, herO, he was behind from that moment when he pulled the boys and when he lost 13 probes. But that's why it was so important in the aftermath of that he came in with the Storm Drop and he was able to deal equivalent damage across the map by getting those 9 SCVs. That was kind of like the beginning of the comeback for herO. I was able to get those SCVs, recall back home, and make a game out of it. It was not an easy game, though. Not an easy one. Not at all. And now we're in the ace match. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the French Terran Blair, the red Terran, being forced into game 5. We'll see if we can bring it back. Representing Team Liquid, it is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. Ooh, tying up the series. We'll see if we can bring it back and go all the way. It is herO. As welcome one and all to the ace match, the final game of the series, game 5. Let's go one way or another. It all ends here. It all ends on Ultra Love. And we're settling in. Every game of this series, we've seen Clem opening up double gas. Do we finally deviate? We will. This time, though, with what I believe to be an eBay block. Yeah, SV's moving out, going to be skirting around the edge of the map, and is moving in for an eBay block here at the natural. So, cheeky move by Clem. This tells me that Clem is opening up with a single gas geyser, but it does also mean that his CC is going to be delayed because those resources are going to be spent elsewhere on the engineering bay instead. So, for the first time here this series, Clem doesn't open up double gas. There we go, eBay has been placed. And how long will it take for herO to realize what's going on? Does move to the low ground. And it gets eyes on the eBay. He has to pull the boys. Yeah, boys are being pulled. And there's some nice progression on this eBay as well. Around 60% done. Not bad. That will delay the opener, delay the economy, the mining time here of herO. At the same time across the map, he does slip into the main. And there's that factory follow-up. As herO, he wants that SCV. He wants it. Oh my god. Alas, he won't quite get it. The Marine has arrived, and Clem will defend. Meanwhile, across the map, I believe that was a... Ooh, that should not have happened. Clem, distracted by the probe. Suddenly, this probe is the MVP. The probe goes down, but that's a kill on the eBay. That should not have happened. Ay, 125 minerals down the drain. Suddenly, that wasn't worth it for Clem. Oof. Clem, we gotta calm down, papi. Oh my god. With that, Clem is gonna be taking his expansion on the high grounds. Again, back at home, he missed the cancel. And with that, despite the delayed opener out of herO, it's worth it. It's okay. He bounces back. Does bounce back. See someone asking in chat as well, like, why do you think we don't see Colossus use the cliff walking more often to micro? We do see it on, Frostline. We have seen actually a lot of really clutch play. I think Trigger comes to mind. Like Trigger recently was using that kind of micro early on. It does come into play from time to time, but it's never as like pronounced, unfortunately. I think it's very map dependent, depending on the terrain. But I think Frostline has like potential for that sort of thing. It's just very niche depending on where the cliff faces are, unfortunately. Very niche. As we do have the Adept shading in towards the main. Forced to recall. I believe the Adept should make it out, just barely. And we do have our tech of choice, herO opening up with a Stargate. Once again, Stargate opener out of herO. Now, the last time we saw a Stargate opener, it was Oracle into Mass Phoenix, into Phoenix Colossus. It was very old school, like a very old school kind of style from herO. If you remember, it was on Ley Lines. Speaking of, Phoenixes have begun. Not saying that this has to lead into Phoenix Colossus, but it could. It is an option here for herO as the Medivac does move out. Clem dips in towards the natural. Does dip in. So far, the mine drop is deflected. 2 probe kills so far. See someone asking in chat, I'm confused. Is there no more tournament at 6 CET? No Pigossaur Cup? There is. If you haven't seen it, there is a Pigossaur Cup this week. Is it not on TL? If it's not on TL, it should be. No, yeah, it is. It is on Team Liquid. So that is going to be in 8 hours. In 8 hours' time is going to be the Pigossaur Monday. So I don't know where you heard that it wasn't taking place, because it is. It is taking place. That is going to be our next broadcast, or at least my next broadcast on the channel. Adepts, they do shade in. They commit to the shade. Oh, we're going to be shutting this down, though. The Cypher does reveal itself. And herO, he's going to be cleaned up. We'll lose most of these Adepts. One of them does shade into the mineral line, and we'll pick off an SCV or two. One SCV goes down, but Clem, he's going to commit. Does move out, does gain map control. herO racing back home and committing into multiple Phoenixes. But he is contained on 2 bases. And really, that's all Clem wants. All he wants is just contain on 2 bases. When the mine goes down, herO, he's breaking out. Does break out, does commit to the shade. This Clem is still being active. Ideally, he does want to force a cancel. But the shades do pin him back, and the Phoenixes, they finally move out. How many? It's going to be 6, soon to be 7 Phoenixes for herO. Getting across the map into the mineral line. Clem, he was relying so heavily here on being active, and his mineral line is exposed. 3 SCVs go down. Army gets forced back. 1 Phoenix does fall. And herO takes his 3rd. Finally. Now, the 3rd base is very delayed for herO. That's my biggest concern. As a result, economically, Clem is in a better position. He's building up. Getting his Raxes underway. And herO is still recovering. And that's why it's so important that herO gets some SCVs, and he does get 3 more. Very nice. Oh, we'll lose the Phoenix. That's going to be, I believe, 6 in total. Yeah, 6 SCVs so far by the Phoenixes. And again, it's imperative here that herO, he continues that aggression to make up for how late his 3rd base is. By picking up SCV after SCV, shaving up Marines. Phoenixes, they dive back in. Oh, this time Clem is ready. This time Clem is in position. I don't know, Stegosaur Monday has been a thing since the beginning of the off-season. Same with our tournaments, Tenacious Turtle Tussle, Sparkling Tunic Cup. We've all been running our own events. It's the only event that stopped. We had like 5 we had 5 Open Cups a week. Now I think we have 4. As the Rodi Cup did go on an indefinite hiatus. May come back one day, but for now it's on hiatus. as now Clem is moving out. He's quite committed here on 2 bases, plenty of Vikings. herO getting into his own Colossus production, still needs more time. Colossus has yet to arrive. Tanks are moving forward. herO, he's vulnerable. Is vulnerable, does slow down the push. Nice force fields, Vikings, they land! Oh my god. And may as well, they dive in the army. Immortal does barely survive. And here he's barely holding on. Those are brutal tank shots though. Phoenixes, they race back home, but the Vikings, they can lift. They can. As for now, they commit to the ground. Colossus does make it out. Nice lifts here on the tanks. But the tanks, they survive, and hero's army crumbles. The ground army just melts before the tanks. Again, the Phoenixes, they were out of position. Colossus is going to be chased down. Even with the help of the shield battery, it's not going to be enough. As the army gets into the mineral line. Ooh. Yeah, Colossus does fall, and herO just doesn't have anything else left. Goes busy across the map with the Phoenixes, just at the wrong moment. And Clem, he has done it. He's now just cut herO off from his own third. He can bust into the mineral line and just bring it down. Phoenix is trying to break out, but there's only 3 Phoenixes. It's not going to be enough. The tanks, they land once again. They just, oh my god, they just shut down that Colossus. And GG Clem, he will take the series at 3-2, becoming this week's WardiTV Monday number 14 champion. GG. GG, well played. herO, once again, that was the second time this series where he went Phoenix Colossus. And again, this is just a really, like, out of style kind of play or out of style build. It's rarely seen nowadays for good reason. I mean, we see it here as well. It is weak to early game aggression and earlier move outs on 2 and 3 bases. It is when you're the most vulnerable. The reason for this is because, of course, you're investing quite heavily into all these Phoenixes. Typically, you're spending a lot of energy harassing across the map, and they do struggle here just because they have to use, of course, the energy to lift up units and just try to buy time. These 2 base move outs hit like a truck against this kind of builds, and yeah, we saw herO just wasn't quite able to hold on. Likewise, I mean, it was a really rough start as well. Remember, his third base was delayed. That did delay his Colossus production as well. There's a lot that came into that. There's a lot that came into the aggression of Clem. With that, GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Clem. He will take the series, and he is our champion. But a shout out to herO for forcing the ace match, for bringing us all the way to Game 5. A very entertaining series here between herO and Clem. Likewise, shout out to Clem for flexing his Protoss earlier in the semifinals. Of course, Clem, the best Protoss in all of Europe, was able to flex that as well, and able to show off and kind of step in when MaxFax did step out. MaxFax wasn't in this week's tournament, but of course, the theory is maybe Clem was MaxFax all along. It's possible, it's possible. Maybe that's why MaxFax wasn't here, because Clem had to play Protoss. True, true. Couldn't do both at once. Kappa. Couldn't do both at once. Regardless, GG, well played. Congratulations here to Clem. Shout out to not just herO, but shout out to Shin and Beyond for making it to the semifinals. And as some people were asking previously, when is the next tournament? When is the next Open Cup? The next Open Cup is going to be Pigosaur Monday. That's going to be in 8 hours time. That is a weekly tournament, more catered towards the Korean and American time slot. It's less favorable towards the European time slot. So if you're mainly European focused, you don't get to, you're unable to enjoy it or unable to really take part. For the most part, like, that doesn't stop MaxFax. MaxFax still typically plays at the Pigosaur Monday. If you want to tune into it, check it out on YouTube, as the VODs are available. Again, Pigosaur Monday has been running and coinciding with the WardiTV Monday ever since the off-season of StarCraft, or of EPT, I should say. The off-season of EPT. We have had your weekly dose of Stegosaur Mondays, or Pigosaur Mondays, as Pig did recently sponsor the weekly. So again, that's going to be in 8 hours time. But if you are unsatiated, if you want some more StarCraft here and now, then the stream is not done. I mean, it's kind of done. I'm done, at least. It's 4 a.m. It's 4 a.m. in the morning. It's time to go to bed. It's time for me to get some rest and get some sleep. I'm going to pass the hell out. Very tired. But the stream will continue, as I'm going to be passing the keys to the stream over to herO. As on Friday, we did have the Sea Duckling Open, but we were unavailable to cast it live at the time. We did collect replays, and we'll be going over a replay cast here and now. If you're curious, what exactly is the Sea Duckling Open? That is a tournament that we've been casting since 2017. It's been a long time. It is of course the first event that we started here on the CranKy Ducklings back in 2017. Back when we first started the team. It is a bronze to diamond tournaments. Nowadays bronze to, I believe, 4.2k MMR. So bronze to diamond or low masters 3. If you're curious, if you want to take part, or if you want to tune in yourself, or even compete in those tournaments, you can do so by joining our Discord server and following our events. Again, this is more of a amateur tournaments, again, for players of around diamond or masters 3 and below, so much more amateur focused. But fun fact, a bit of a fun fact here for those who don't know, and for those who haven't been watching us since 2017, if so, what have you been watching? What's been going on? We have actually been able to kind of cast and see the rise of a bunch of GM players. I mean, they're GM now. Back in the day, they used to play in our diamond tournaments. Players like Mixu, players like GG Machine, players like Starduck, herO as well, Ruichi, the American Protoss player. The list isn't long, but there is a list of players that Baby Marine's another one. There is a list of players that used to be diamond back in the day. They used to play in our tournaments, and because we're running these events, ideally the purpose of them, it's grassroots, right? It's designed to give players a reason to improve, to compete, to rise through the ranks, and to strive for something greater. That's why we don't just have diamond tournaments here in this channel. We also have masters tournaments as well. So we have kind of like a ladder of events that you can partake in. C Duckling Open, Masters 1 Open, then our pro open tournaments as well. So we have that kind of ladder system, and yeah, players over time. It's not like every player that competes becomes pro and becomes a GM, but you know, there's some diamonds in the rough, and you know, does always feel good to see those players nowadays, see how they've improved over time and how they've grown as players as well. Of course, there are others that have been stuck in diamond all those years, Smooch, but others they do take that as an opportunity to grow as players. So that's really cool. It's really cool to see. Really cool that we see them grow over time. And again, if you wish, you can stick around and tune in to this week's C Duckling Open. I believe C Duckling Open number 130. It's been 130 of these. Crazy, but crazy. Nowadays, they used to be weekly. For those that don't know, they used to be weekly tournaments. Nowadays, we don't really have time to host them every week. Nowadays, we host them as a monthly. Nowadays, a monthly, just because we have so many other events and so much more casting going on, covering all these pro events. Back in the day, we didn't have that, so we used to cast these every week. But yeah. As a heads up. Maybe Max Packs is the friends we made along the way. Maybe. Here we go. But yeah, with that, we're going to be heading off for the time being. Basically, the stream is going to go down for like a minute or so, and then the stream is going to go live straight away once again with C Duckling Open. I'm not going to be casting. Kura is going to be casting that instead. I'm going to go to bed, and my next broadcast is going to be in 8 hours. In 8 hours time, I'm going to be live. I'm going to be live with the Pickasaur Monday. The Pickasaur Monday does typically feature players like Shin, like Björn, Estrella, sometimes Trigger, Max Pack, some of the other DGen Europeans that play up until like 3, 4, 5 a.m. in the morning. Much love to the Europeans that do stay up and compete in that tournament. And again, if you can't tune in live, check out the VODs. Check out the VODs instead. Otherwise, you can check us out and you can support us on the social medias if you so choose to. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. If you want to follow us, we do post whenever we go live. Imagine if I cast until Pickasaur Monday. I mean, there's a lot of games to cast. Pace yourself. But otherwise, thanks for watching. We're going to be heading off for the time being, and we'll be back in a minute or so with our next broadcast with C Duckling Open. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. God.